You reach, if you reach the time where we still there here, you get luck with that. When if you not fit reach Facebook, make we call it a day for now. Tomorrow we'll come back again at 6 o'clock now news. 6:30. Now what's in your mind? Come back by that time of no take your message, oh no verse for us. So for now, oh yeah, Biarije. Ona Apola Meba.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening, thanks for joining us. This is the World News on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. And the headlines: Rivers State Executive Council approves recruitment of 5,000 indigents in state government civil service. Choba drivers block East-West Road in protest over alleged harassment in River State. Court strikes out IPOP leader Nnamdi Kanu's bid for prison transfer. On the foreign scene, Meta, TikTok and YouTube face landmark US trial over youth addiction. I am Lucky Maxwell. Thanks for staying with us. The Rivers State Executive Council has approved the recruitment of 5,000 indigents into the state government civil service to improve administrative efficiency and public service delivery. The approval was granted during the Executive Council meeting presided by Governor Smaila Ifubara and attended by the Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Maodu, at the Government House in Port Harcourt. Addressing newsmen after the meeting, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information and Communications, Honor C. Rawo, who said the recruitment was strategically focused on the education sector, disclosed that 3,000 of the recruits will be deployed to basic and primary schools across the state, while 2,000 will be assigned to post-primary schools. According to him, the exercise is designed to strengthen service delivery, particularly within the education sector, stating that the new approval brings the total number of employment under the Fubara administration to about 9,500. He recalled previous recruitment exercises, including 2,000 personnel for medical services, 1,500 staff for Ignatius Ajuri University, and 1,000 for universal basic education. He emphasized that the recruitment process will be merit-based, stating that the administration remains committed to quiet and effective service delivery rather than unnecessary publicity. Also speaking to newsmen, the Commissioner for Employment Generation and Economic Empowerment, Chisom Kenneth Bali, welcomed the approval, describing the decision as a major boost, noting that his ministry stands as the greatest beneficiary of the policy plan. A coalition of civil society organizations, media practitioners, and concerned citizens in Rivers State has condemned the ongoing political crisis in the state, describing it as a threat to peace, stability, and constitutional governance. The group called on residents to reject factional loyalty and what they described as Stockholm Syndrome, urging Rivers people to unite and demand an immediate and unconditional end to the political impasse. Rising from a stakeholders forum in Port Harcourt, the coalition warned that it would mobilize citizens for peaceful but decisive mass actions if political actors fail to restore calm and normal governance. In a joint statement, the groups appealed to youth, women, traditional rulers, religious leaders, professionals, market women, and students to rise above partisan divisions and join efforts to rescue the state from destructive politics. They alleged that the crisis is driven by the struggle for political control and resources involving key actors including President Bola Tinubu, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and Governor Smaila Fubara, a situation they said has paralyzed governance. The coalition further blamed weak democratic institutions, money politics, and alleged manipulation of the 2023 general elections, insisting that public resources are now being diverted into political battles while citizens suffer growing hardship. Some commercial drivers under the aegis of Self-Employed Drivers Welfare operating along Choba Mile 3 and Choba Eleme Oil Mill Junction have withdrawn their services in protest over alleged harassment and extortion by the management of a private motor park in Choba, Obiakwa local government area, Rivers State. Today FM Suchendejo reports that the protesting drivers blocked the Choba axis of the East-West Road, forcing passengers to trek long distances as other commercial drivers struggled to operate. The National Publicity Secretary of the Union, Abel Williams, alongside National Secretary Jeremiah Dixon, accused the park management led by Wanele Ihwa of intimidating drivers despite the union paying daily park tickets approved by state and local authorities, and called on government and security agencies to intervene.
More than 30 boys, terrorizing drivers, extorting them, beating them, wounding them, dragging salaries with them on a daily basis for his tickets, maintenance ticket called Uniport Ultimate Motor Park Tickets. He said Uniport gave him the authority to hold Choba Junction ransom that drivers must buy tickets, even very far from his park. Maintenance ticket is supposed to be bought only inside his park. He would drivers on government road.
The problem that we have here is that one man that declared himself emperor in Obiakwa by name Walele Ihwa extorts our men every blessed day. He beats people. Everybody must enter his park by force. When he's a private park, he's not a union man. He does not know anything about transport. These mans don't force people. He constitutes nuisance. Cult boys say they are task force. Every day they keep on stabbing drivers, and his ticket of 300 naira does not leave his own gate.
Some drivers told newsmen they face daily harassment and extortion from Ihwa, who allegedly uses thugs to intimidate them.
We are protesting because of the too much taxation from just an organized group that they just group themselves, claiming that they are sent by the community. That is when I say community, I mean Choba community. These people are not even acknowledged by the Choba community. Extorting money from drivers. With our little knowledge, we know that drivers were meant to pay only for the state ticket. We used to call it here week.
They are seizing our vehicle, fighting our people, beating them up. Even as we come out for peaceful protest, they are here now fighting even our chairman and the vice with plier and all the rest. So we just come out here to make sure that government hear our voice. We want government to intervene and stop Wanele with all this illegal ticket and other things he's doing.
In his response, Ihwa denied the allegations, stating the union had previously agreed to pay a 3,000 naira daily park maintenance ticket, but later abandoned the arrangement and accused the protesters of disrupting traffic.
There is no way we see the drivers and harass drivers when they're on their way. If you watch at the park, you can see vehicles are operating, walking. If you go on the road, drivers are walking. This is a few group of drivers who decide that they will not obtain the ticket. The question is why? And if you want to form a union, you must have a park where you will load, where you will offload. You can't just be on the road issuing people ticket. You don't have much body that you will not obtain ticket. Why? The same people have taken us to court. We go to court. Let's see, come say they'll settle out of court. They run from court, from driver welfare club to self-employed. We have an agreement with them that they say that driver will buy that.
Today FM correspondent reports that no government officials addressed the protesters who vow to continue until their grievances are addressed. A Port Harcourt Magistrate Court has sentenced 28-year-old Chigozie Odu to 1 year imprisonment for unlawfully assaulting two siblings, Chinaza Victor and Samuel Victor, causing them grievous bodily harm. The court found that Odu attacked Chinaza with a machete, injuring her left hand and back, and also cut Samuel on the head during an incident on January 4, 2022 at Jesus Avenue, Igurutali. Chief Magistrate Elijah Brown ruled that the prosecution proved its case beyond reasonable doubt and dismissed Odu's plea of self-defense, noting he failed to show grave provocation, loss of self-control, or proportionate retaliation. The magistrate also highlighted that Odu showed no remorse while the victims appeared in court with bandaged wounds. Odu was sentenced under Section 335. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world of uncertainty, there is a place of safety, a place of strength, a place of divine refuge. Join us at Abundant Life Evangel Mission.
Welcome back. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has struck out the motion filed by the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking his transfer from the Sokoto Correctional Facility. Justice James Omotosho delivered the ruling after Kanu's legal representative, Demdu Hassan of the Legal Aid Council, applied to withdraw from the matter, citing irreconcilable differences with the applicant. According to the council, Kanu attempted to dictate court proceedings and insisted on determining what should be said in court. A situation is described as incompatible with his professional responsibility as an officer of the court. Justice Omotosho granted the request of the Legal Aid Council to withdraw from the case and subsequently ruled that the ex parte motion was incompetent due to lack of proof of service on relevant parties. The court therefore struck out the application, bringing the proceedings on the requested prison transfer to an end. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yesom Wike, has directed striking staff of the FCT administration to resume work immediately or face legal consequences. Wike's warning followed the National Industrial Court ruling ordering an end to the strike, which has disrupted public services in Abuja for over a week. Wike, while addressing newsmen after the court decision, stressed that the rule of law must prevail, accusing some political actors of hijacking the industrial action for purposes unrelated to workers' welfare. It described several worker demands as frivolous, unreasonable, or already addressed, and said the FCTA approached the court after determining that the strike had been politically motivated. The minister highlighted the government's efforts to support workers, noting that over 12 billion naira had been approved for January salary payment. Wike dismissed claims that he had been forced out of his office during protests, saying he had merely stepped out to see President Bola Tinubu off at the airport. He warned that anyone attempting further disruption will face sanctions, emphasizing that law and order must be maintained. President Bola Tinubu has forwarded a set of judicial reform bills to the Senate, seeking an increase in the number of judges across key courts in the country. At the resumption of plenary, Senate President Godswill Akpabio read a letter from the President requesting an amendment to the Court of Appeal Act to raise the number of justices from 70 to 110. The President said the proposal is aimed at strengthening the judiciary and addressing the rising volume of cases before the court. President Tinubu also transmitted a bill to amend the Federal High Court Act, seeking to increase the number of judges from 70 to 90, an expansion from the earlier provision of 50. In the same communication, the President requested the Senate's confirmation of Justice Oyewole Kayode as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The Senate also received a separate bill proposing the establishment of an alternative dispute resolution center at the Court of Appeal to encourage settlement of suitable cases outside the traditional court process. All the proposed bills have been referred to the Senate Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. The Senate has commended the growing military collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism, while mourning Nigerians who have lost their lives to insecurity across the country. Senate President Godswill Akpabio made the remarks during plenary in Abuja, marking the first legislative sitting of the 2026 after the Christmas and New Year recess. Akpabio said lawmakers returned with a renewed sense of duty, noting that national challenges, particularly insecurity, persisted during the recess and required sustained legislative attention. He praised the continued cooperation between the Nigeria and United States militaries, describing the partnership as a critical pillar in strengthening the country's counterterrorism operations. The Senate President also expressed sympathy to families affected by violent attacks, stressing that the cause of insecurity must remain central to government policies and legislative actions. His comments came barely 24 hours after the United States military announced an expansion of support to Nigeria, including increased intelligence sharing and equipment delivery as part of broader efforts to combat Islamic State-linked groups across Africa. The paramount ruler of Lukwa Kingdom of Akbaya ethnic nationality, His Royal Highness Prince Ike Ehie, has congratulated the Executive Governor of River State, Simla Laifubara, on his birthday anniversary. Eze Prince Ike Ehie, in a statement on behalf of the people of Olukwa Kingdom of Ekpaya ethnic nation, felicitated with the governor who he described as amiable, resourceful, humane and resilient, with the title Eze Uyaweugo, one of Ekpaya land. His statement said the people celebrate the doggedness of Governor Fubara in upholding the dividends of democracy to the people through purposeful leadership that puts the interests of the state above personal interest. The statement assured the governor of continued support of the people for his administration to succeed. The Olukwa monarch, on behalf of the people, also prayed God to continue to bless, strengthen and perfect all that concerns Governor Simla Laifubara, wished him happy birthday. A hotel property located at the Elime Trailer Park beside the Slaughter Market along the Elime Slaughter Market Road is currently available for sale. The property sits on 4 1/4 plots of land and features a combination of a story building and a bungalow, providing a total of 13 well-spaced rooms suitable for hospitality or commercial use. Also within the premises is a 2-story security building offering added safety and operational convenience for investors and prospective buyers. The entire property is fully fenced with an asking price of 110 million naira. In addition, 2 separate buildings facing each other are also available for sale. The property stands on 1 plot of land and contains a total of 15 rooms. It is located close to the trailer park along the One Road in Elime local government area of River State, with an asking price of 18 million naira. All the properties come with valid title documents, including a deed of conveyance. Interested buyers are advised to contact Eze Chizoba on 0907 170 6326 on WhatsApp or 0802 241 9514 for inquiries and inspection. On the foreign scene, social media giants Meta, TikTok, and YouTube have gone to trial in California over allegations that their platforms are deliberately designed to be addictive to children, causing mental health issues such as depression and suicidal thoughts. The case, which began in Los Angeles County Superior Court, is expected to last 6 to 8 weeks, with jury selection taking several days. Executives, including Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, are expected to testify. The lawsuit, filed by a 19-year-old plaintiff identified as KGM, claims the platforms use behavioral and neurobiological techniques similar to slot machines and big tobacco to maximize youth engagement and advertising revenue. Social media companies have defended themselves, noting they have implemented parental controls, tutorials, and educational programs to limit youth exposure and screen time. Internationally, countries are taking stronger action, with Australia banning social media for children under 16, and France's lower house recently approving legislation to restrict access to those under 15. Other nations, including the UK, Denmark, Spain, and Greece, are also exploring similar measures to protect children online. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories, we told you that the River State Executive Council has approved the recruitment of 5,000 indigents into the state government civil service. Some Choba drivers have blocked the East-West Road in protest over alleged harassment in River State. We told you that an Abuja court has struck out IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu's bid for
Every
prison
meal I
transfer.
cook must taste just right. Rich, delicious, full of love.
We hear you. Your Maggie Star in double cubes. Double the flavor, double the convenience. The same trusted taste you love. Maggie Star Double Cubes. Made from fermented soya and other selected ingredients for that deep flavor and quality that only Maggie brings to your dishes.
Absolutely delicious.
Get Maggie Double Cubes today. Me and Maggie. So good together.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
that because you're following that man, that he's going to care for you, then you're making a very big mistake. And that's why I have to play that song for you. Our youth need to, they need to change their mindsets. Following politicians will not help you. It will not help your destiny. Rather, it will destroy you. Yes, of course. Because they don't mean well for anybody. Now you wait and can't care for. Now, some of you are online abusing yourselves, after the, what do they call it? Whatever they did for the by-election. You are now on either the wicked side or Simfubra side. You are abusing yourself. Oh, this one don't win. This one don't win. Oga, go and think of your life. Oh. Those guys they don't care about you. I say it with boldness. They don't care about you. Oh, Maxwell, how do you know them? Oh, I've come across them, a whole lot of them. Yes, I've come across a whole lot of them. My uncle used to be a very strong and dogged politician in this state. So, but his face is professional, this and that, because he has conscience. He's doing his professional work now. So you need to calm down. No? Go and look for something for your life. Do you understand? Go and look for something for your life. And that's what Lucky Dube is telling you there. Now that you've got what you wanted, you don't even know my name again. So they use it for election. Once they win, they dump you. You don't have road in your area. But next election, trust me, during campaigns, they will come back. And they will drive through those roads that are bad to come and campaign again. And you stand under the sun and you'll be lifting your hand. Hey, our leader, capacity. What's on your mind? Send a message. The way our network providers are behaving, if you have an Android phone, please, and you want to send us a message, do a WhatsApp message. Please do a WhatsApp message. It goes faster. If you send normal message, sometimes we see your message, the one you send today, we'll see tomorrow. It's not our fault, though. The network providers are not. Everything is there. You see, can't you hear National Grid has collapsed? Everybody is collapsing. I will not go further. Stay there. Hello, good evening.
Mark. Good evening, sir. Daniel Ebere calling from Meneka.
Yes, please go ahead.
Mas, my brother, Soludo is on my mind.
What has Soludo done to you?
Okay. I have people in Anambra State. What he did in the main markets by shutting down the market, that is exactly what is in my mind. Mas, is he black man? Nigeria kind of black man. They keep doing the same thing over
again.
And they don't get results. Mas, please, just be neutral and think about what I'm going to say now. What stops Soludo from dialoguing? Dialogue. Sometimes you don't. He wants to go up.
You know the issue. You've just stated the obvious. I was thinking about that matter, and I was like, Soludo is a professor, but I have discovered that going to school is not equal to intelligence.
Exactly, brother. God bless you.
Brilliance in school is different from being intelligent. Is when you handle the issues of life, and as a leader, you must learn how to manage two things: human beings and resources.
Exactly, brother.
You can also know how to manage resources, but you might not know how to manage human beings. Exactly. Every leader must learn how to manage resources and human beings. Most of our leaders lack that. That's where we are.
My brother, if I were to be Soludo, I will call a round table meeting or talk.
I think he should go and meet Alex Oti and see to find out why is it that Nnamdi Kanu is from Abia. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that kind of issues in Abia?
No, not at all.
The man is using wisdom, and wisdom is from God. He should ask for wisdom from God. Simple. Thank you, sir.
God. Oh, thank you, my brother.
Thank you. Good evening. Hello, good evening. So, Prof should ask God to help him to know how to solve that problem. Being a professor or a doctorate degree holder in a particular this thing is not equal to intelligence in handling conflicts. A lot of leaders don't know how to handle conflicts. They are very partisan. It cuts across, and in Africa, oh boy, is something else. That's why we're having, look at the results now. Agitations here, agitation, and they keep on doing the same thing over and over, same thing. Ogoni, people are agitating. You go to the middle belt, they're agitating. You go to this side, they're agitating. You go to the southeast, they're agitating. How come somebody has not been able to solve this problem? And to solving this problem is very easy. Put your ego and your pride aside. You will solve the problem. When you're able to put ego and pride aside, God will now give you wisdom. You'll be able to dialogue and make constructive, make some constructive meetings here and there. This problem would have been sorted out. But now, look at what he has to contend with in Anambra. Well, I don't know who advised him to go that way. I don't know. Politicians, I think your wives need to be talking to you too. Women have some kind of wisdom, but maybe their husbands don't listen. I think their wives need to be advising them, because he might end up throwing Anambra into another thing. It's all right. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, please go ahead.
Maxwell, have you observed now that in Rivers State, saying our bricklayers are messing people the refurbished roads now? Have you observed it? They use straw well. No, Maxwell, no, it's not. I'm serious. I'm telling you from practical observation.
We are going back to the days of say Pazu in Abia.
Maxwell, go to that place. I know beside the adjacent what's it called now? Dominion City. I've done my own investigation. Go there now and see. Now cement and sand, just like German floor. Like they do for our roads now. I kept calling during that. I've been one person where they call during that Uchoba Junction time. That Choba, that very junction. I kept calling until they started it. When they started it, even when they finished it, I congratulated them. I came and celebrated them. And after 2 days, I told you that what I saw there, that it won't take 6 months. They will go, that place will go bad again. Have you been there of late? Are you aware that they've blocked that place again? That same spot to redo it. And what they did was excavate one small place.
No, the first job they did was done by a private individual.
Is that
yes,
so?
It was done by a private individual, and you don't expect the private individual to pour in all the money he has worked hard for. He just did remedial work.
Okay, let me tell you.
That job is the job of the government.
Okay, have you gone there now to see what the government
I have seen what they are doing.
Yeah, have you seen what they are doing?
Yes.
And for how long now that place has been blocked again? And if you go there and see what they've done, you will know that it will not take 4 months. They will come back to that place again for that same job. And it makes me wonder, what is the intention of the governor of this state? And we need to hide under this emotion, things they go wrong. I'm beginning to suspect this man, because ordinarily, if we say you want to do this little one now, those days what you do is after excavation, we see them pour that hot coal. Exactly. They bring that roller, that big roller now, roll over the dump, pour that on it.
They can also cast it, right? Just like what they
with cement and sand.
No, not with cement and sand. That one is pure cement and road. Just like what they did.
Go there and I go and see trip of sand and cement.
I know what they are doing.
So I don't know. I'm beginning to get scared. I don't know what to believe again, because like Rivers people, we are very emotional. That was that Wike come. We say because of Amici they fight. Say I'm saying Wike to us. That was why we embraced Wike, not because he was coming. We thought he was coming to do anything.
Thank you,
just because of that emotion. Look at where we're going to. Thank you, Maxwell.
Thank you. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Yes. Oh no, in the building.
I greet you especially. But not a man. I think say our president, he don't do Dobale for Tokyo. I think he don't greet the Yoruba kids them again.
No. Let's not go there now.
No,
Oh no, woo.
Okay. Let us pay the main thing. This they say Dangote don't add 100 naira again. What's in my mind is say this Dangote, Now, so this man come, that is saying the spent for cement. Before you know, they carry all the power, everything give them. Dangote rubbish. Nigerians now, today we are buying cement for 10,500 naira. For our country, now this country, they produce them. But for outside this country, they sell the same cement 1,600, 2,000 naira. Compared to our, if you convert them to our Nigerian currency. Our federal government should wake up and make our refinery to start working. If not, where Dangote is taking us to, when go come on 1 naira, tomorrow he go ask 20 naira. He knows what he's doing. In fact, make it easy, everybody don't, in fact, he don't take over the fuel sector, then he go now rubbish Nigerians again for this fuel. That time now, finally fuel go reach 2,000 naira. So, I don't know, this government, I don't know whether they're going to help us. I mean, because I know they see any outcome of, any symptom of progress from this government. Because they are supposed to fix our refinery. So that we will not be able to be depending on Dangote anymore. Now today not 100 naira. Maybe tomorrow we go have 200 naira. Before you know we are going back to 1,000 plus. That is where we are going to. Then as for Soludo matter. This Soludo, I don't know whether if they don't connect with this center, how then they take the thing safe, I don't know. Because it's just people when you don't give security, people they die every day. If for the security, for them to stay safe, the people say, okay, now this one will make me man go step for 1 day, go die. And the government is not doing anything because I need even the government they are making money from the insecurity. Then at the end of the day, the people stop come say want to close their market. Me, I urge all the whole Anambra people. They should go and shut down Anambra State. You say, wait, you shut down the market. They should shut down the whole state. For the number of days when they shut down the market, make the user shut down the whole state too. So that when you open the market, then they leave the state.
All right.
So
Thank you very much.
It's just a 1 month.
All right.
Now
Thank
the
you.
people and the government.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm still praying that Soludo should ask for wisdom from the Almighty. Usually, the black political office holders always feel, not just political office holders, even people who have organizations in Nigeria and Africa, as a whole, they always feel they can solve a problem with force, even when they know they are wrong. It's a major problem within the African race. It's a major problem in Nigeria. Whether public office holder, once somebody is up there, they always feel they can use police, army to solve problems. You can't use that to solve problems. Except say the people never ready for you. You can't use that to solve problems. So if you are a CEO, you are an MD, you are whatever, I've worked with some few people, so I can tell the difference. You can't use that to solve a problem. In fact, if it's even your own private organization, you risk that organization go fall. The same people you want to press, because you feel you have one small money, they will mess up that system. So I think we need to rethink and look for a better way to handle issues. Soludo should have used some other means. Dialogue would have been the best way. There's a way you talk to people. There's a way you entreat them. And then they will listen to you. You don't use force. He's going to contend with a whole lot of force. And some politicians will take advantage of it and cause problem in Anambra. And they will say he's incompetent. I don't know who advised him. He just woke up, went to close market. Well, he should go and learn from his brother, Alex Oti. How is he handling the one in Abia? The whole issue within the Southeast is not, you can't handle it with force. So if you want to handle it with force, you get into trouble. Whether you're a governor or whatever, you will get into trouble. So government officials should take note. Don't be using force to handle things. If you are also up there and people below are complaining and they are grieved about something, I've said it over and over again, you can't use force to handle it. So you need to calm down. Because you get a security, even the police and army, they go run. Yes, good evening.
Maxwell, good evening.
Dr. Chris.
Yes, Maxwell, I have a big disagreement and argument with you as regards Soludo issue. But before I get into Soludo, I was watching, I think about an hour, 30 minutes, I was watching Salute done by Turkey, welcoming our president. Maxwell, did you watch that clip? Did you see the way our president is walking? That is even worse than Pobia.
Maybe that's his steps now.
It is not his step.
Maybe maybe na guy man step.
I know the step this man used 2 years ago. What I'm saying is this: those people farming emblem of now your mandate will shall stand. Do they reason at all? Do they have sense? A man walking like that. This man is old. Look at how our president is walking. Is it not embarrassment to all of us Nigerians? 200 and something million people. Our own president was walking like that. We've known how he walks when it is normal. And people in this country are shouting on your mandate we will stand. Almost 32 states are shouting on your mandate we shall stand. We are taking politics too far. And that is why we are the way we are, Nigeria. We know they go forward, we know they come backward. Look at how everything just did. That is one. That is me, and I talk my own as it be. They should go and watch that clip, the Dubai clip and this Tokyo clip, and watch the person that will call our president. I wonder how we reason. That's by the way. Also, no, don't matter, honestly speaking. I took time to listen to you. Why are they not opening their market on Monday? Why are Southeasterners not opening their market on Monday? What is the problem with Southeasterners that they cannot open their market on Monday? The Nnamdi Kanu you say is you're doing solidarity for has even told you, I am not holding you. Open your market and buy. What do they need to beg them to open their market and sell on Mondays? You know how much they're losing in the economy? I remember one time they said they're sitting at home. What are they sitting at home for? It is high time the Igbos understand that Oyo Naim be their name. Oyo on your own. You keep closing your market. What are you closing your market for? Go to your market open. When they say when it is time for this African Obodo Igbo rice, when it is due time, what did you call that thing? Ukwarogeya or that? When it is due time, God will have his way over Nnamdi Kanu. He will obviously come out, he will not die. Open your shop, sell. What are they closing shop on Monday for?
Doc,
yes,
that matter is a complicated matter. You know what I'm talking about. There are ways they can solve that matter. The leaders within the southeastern zone, there are ways they can solve that matter. That matter cannot be solved by close here. It will escalate. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
And you know that matter is not just within this period. I don't want to go into history. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there are ways. You understand where I'm going to. So the southeastern leaders, the governors themselves, number one, must leave party first, because that's one issue. This one is saying he's APC. Uzodinma is always in Abuja. This one they say is Labour. This one say is APGA. They must leave that party thing, come together and look for a way. There is always a way to solve a matter. If they continue to do oga, it will escalate. It will bring more issues, more insecurity, and that's why I'm saying that Soludo should have attended to that matter in a different way. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, I'll give you an instance. I'll give you an instance. All right. Okay. I'm not a fan of any politician. I don't like them because of the way they behave.
Now they keep us like this as we are. Now they keep us.
But let me give you an instance. Let me give you an instance, Doc. What happened in River State when the state of emergency came, right?
Yes.
I give it to Governor Fubara. You know why I give it to him? Okay. There are people who would have been in government house when that state of emergency was declared. there's 1 or 2 or 3 words you will say, my brother, blood go flow for this town.
Correct.
But he was able to manage it somehow. And
yes.
people did not lose their lives. Do you get what I'm saying? So,
yes, please.
As a leader, there are ways you can manage issues, especially when people are aggrieved. Underline it. When people are aggrieved, even your wife, if she's aggrieved, if you do gra, the family will go in flames. Doc, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
But
brother.
there are ways you can go about it. It will end in the other room. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So, what are we saying?
Well, Maxwell, don't you think also, because you see this is at home Monday thing, they have been talking to them, battling with them, a little like telling them, go and open your shop.
It's not, Doc, it's not go and open your shop. It's beyond that. Don't worry, when we see, I will tell you some things.
Now, Pastor, wait, hold on, please, before you take off. A colleague of Salison asked me today, what is my take about this? Let me be very practical. Maybe he wanted me to, I said, well, I expect them to go back to their shop. He said, but is the security enough for them? If he's listening to you now, he will know that was our argument, even in the clinic this morning. That's the question he asked me. Is security planned for them to go and open their shop? Wouldn't they kill them? I said, well, I expected the governor of Anambra State is a professor.
Okay, now you are Doc, let's leave matter. Thank you, Doc. Now you are coming back. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Yes, go ahead.
People. Good evening.
Thank you.
Marvin from Port Harcourt. You see, Maxwell, I want to ask, is it that our leaders, they keep on awarding degrees to those who have questionable character, those who are not qualified? Despite speaking English, you cannot just go to other foreign land and learn how to speak their language, and you don't learn how to behave the way they behave, to bring their culture here. The problem of Nigeria lies in the hands of these our professors. You can see that the professors are the ones that brought us to where we are today.
It's not professors that brought us to where we are. It's not professors. No.
Sir,
because when you talk about elections, if you talk about elections, you have youth corps members there now. No, be so.
I'm talking of the final pronunciation of the result.
No, now before you get to final, some things don't happen before you get to finals.
All right, okay. Let's let that slide. Do you know that this very man that discussed this situation on ground concerning this Onitsha stuff now, you know that very man has come. Do you know, my brother, if your children told you that, Daddy, we don't want to stay under one roof with you again, won't you call them and ask them what is the problem? You call them and ask them what is the problem, and they will establish. But if you fail to call them and ask them outsiders involved, they will now also call you and call the children and say, let's sit down and discuss what is the matter. This man told them that I said I don't want to live under this umbrella called Nigeria, because this name Nigeria was not given to us by God. He told them that select the best of their professors. Let's debate why I must be under this name of Nigeria. If I'm being defeated, then I will die the idea.
Thank you.
Can you imagine that this folks?
Thank you. That one is another matter. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good to have you.
Yeah, this is Akonuche coming from Port Harcourt.
Akonuche.
You know, staying at home, being that Monday, is a welcome development. It's to let the whole world to know the injustice that is imposing on the individual.
Hello, Akonuche. It's not a welcome development. However, do you understand? There are ways that problem can be solved.
Of strategizing and to protest and to let the whole world to know the injustice.
But it's not a welcome development.
No, but I've gone through my study book of biology and I found out that there is a system, an organ in a brain, the medulla and the cerebrum and the cerebrum that makes some people not to reason well. Concerning Soludo would have come first of all to know really the foundation of how this problem started from. He needs to tackle it from the root, not from the branches. I thought he's a professor. And he's not
he's a professor
not
in
knowing how to read and
management.
write without wisdom and understanding.
All right, thank you.
Know that we have a lot of professors in engineering in this country, but they cannot fix a single China machine.
Thank
so
you,
our professor is not professor.
No.
So I do expect him
No.
to do such.
Don't equate that to his profession. See, I've always said it. Being a professor in a particular skill is different from when you talk about leadership. Leadership is a different ball game. Please, let's not join all these things together. You can be a professor in solid state physics, whatever. You can be so bright in that area. But when it comes to solving life issue, it's a different ball game. Do we understand? So as a leader, you must know how to manage what resources and manage human beings. Those are the two things you must know how to manage. Because you will deal with human beings. You will also deal with what? Resources. The resources is for the people. The people own the resources. You are their leader. What is your job? Know how to apportion resources, to everybody, that it will not cause a problem. And then know how to manage people's difference. People, just like I've discovered in the banks and some other private organizations, they just elevate people because they academically they are sound. No, that's not it. Being academically sound is different from being intelligent. So you see such people, they will start trampling on people. And they got promoted to manage a set of people because they are academically sound. It's a different matter. Please take that home. Being academically sound is different from solving life's issues, leading people, managing resources. They are two different things. Good evening.
Hello, Mark Mark.
Don't know.
See, this country, I imagine where would they go for this country? Because see within the Apple City, people they protest. I see one video where every minister say, don't suppose if you see anybody I'll come out again tomorrow to come and protest, that they will use them as a scapegoat. Now, the youth corpers, where they go rig election for politicians, this one are for now, because when they rig election for tomorrow they will employ, probably, if you have connection very well, they employ you. And you are very lucky and they employ you. And they refuse to pay you your salary. And tomorrow you want to go on the street to protest. And when somebody will rush to the court because they have influenced court to the extent that they will just go to court and collect court injunctions for a good reason, and court to grant them that kind of injunction. And the person will now carry court injunction and say, you people should not protest. That means they will stop you from protesting. At the end of the day, you people come out, they will say they will start using you as a scapegoat. So you that want to start rigging election for politicians, continue. Tomorrow it will be your turn. Because I see no reason why people are crying that we are dying of hunger. You have not paid us, or that please pay us. Instead of people say, okay, you folks should come. How many months am I owing them? If it is 2 or 3 or 5 months, okay, let me clear 2 months. Please, you folks should be patient with me. I'll clear the remaining ones. You are not saying that you rush to go and get caught injunction.
Thank you, sir.
We are just like push and start vehicle. We don't have say.
Thank you. No.
Thank you. That is what our leader has taken us.
He said push and start vehicle. Oh no, thank you. Uzoma says, good evening, Baxter. Please, is Arera market situated where Nnamdi Kanu from not opening on Mondays? Why is Anambra's case more serious than Abia? Or does Anambra state traders love Nnamdi Kanu more than Abians? Nnamdi Kanu himself has expressed at various times that he is not happy that the Southeasterners' lives and businesses are being destroyed. Nigerians are always aware that Soludo and other governors in the Southeast have severally visited Aso Rock. The president in the past, with respect to issues of this release, it's not about Soludo, but the freedoms and well-being of Southeasterners. Okay. Now let him go ahead and solve it the way he wants to solve it now. Would they watch now? Chisom says, Oga Max, what's on my mind is the by-elections in River State. I heard one of the flag bearer is wife of the deceased member. Why do, please? Which one is why do? I don't know how to put this on together. Chisom, I want no enter. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Max, good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
On Soludo case, I want to let him know that he cannot kill dream, neither can he kill vision. So we should take it easy and ask Oti how he's managing it and use wisdom. If not, he will run away from that state when the whole human being there turn against him. Then on River State, I think I love the way Sim is going. Nobody should die because of him. But I know that God will help him and everything will go well. He should stop anybody singing for him. Let him focus on how he can deliver to River State. Whether APC or not APC, if God wants him to win second tenure, he will win it. That this man, this one man, his time is coming to an end. No king will rule forever. And it will happen to him.
No. Let's not start praying those kind of prayers. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Maxwell, good evening.
Yes, please.
That's Congo.
Go ahead.
You see, Soludo, he refuses to understand that the river flows through the soul, not by force, rather by patience. You see, these are the people too that voted him through their party, whatever. And now he's running against them. This is what they planned earlier. They executed it. And he's now getting wrath to them. Well, I pray that he should have the understanding and make sure that nothing starts from the east. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We are wrapping up. Oh. Okay, Chisom, you... Okay, you say, Oga Max, what's on my mind is the by-elections in River State I had. One of the flag bearer is the wife of the deceased member. Why is that, please? Is it by merit? Is it to complete his tenure or to balance the structure in the agreement? I don't know. The politicians know. Max, the national grid is on my mind. How long will this collapse before it is revived back to life? We should outgrow this mess by now. Well, when you see things collapse over and over, it collapsed on the 23rd. 4 days later, it collapsed again. It's just very simple. Equipment, obsolete equipment. Not be only us, they generate light. At least that's my area when it comes to... We did power in school, even though I went to do electronics. So when you have obsolete equipment, things will be collapsing. There are no two ways about it. The PhD didn't know. When they did the privatization, of course, from the way things are, had K-leg. That's just the issue. So Nigerians will have to live with it because Nigerians even are the ones also hailing these guys. Why would Nigeria be having light issue? And then any president that enters will be gallivanting and running from one country. They say they want to bring in investors. Investors don't come in like that. Investors look at security, they look at power, infrastructure, they look at the judiciary before they come in. Nobody wants to come and put his money anywhere. So forget about all those things. Now, all those things is Nollywood. Traveling, they just want to enjoy. Traveling, say, yeah, looking for investor. Which investor? Looking for investor where? You don't need to look for investor. Fix your country. Investors will be knocking on your door. They will be begging to come. If you can't fix power, forget it. That's it. We'll go for a short break, and then we'll come back for area talk. Stay with us.
Today's news in 60.
The Joint Health Sector Union, JOHESU, has urged Nigerians to hold the federal government responsible for the hardship faced by patients and other people in need of medical attention due to the ongoing strike by its members. The Nigerian Association of Dermatologists has raised alarm over a critical 2-year shortage of multi-drug therapy for leprosy patients across the country, warning that the absence of treatment is making a cure impossible for affected individuals. Health experts have warned that applying insecticides such as sniper to the hair or scalp to treat lice or dandruff can lead to severe poisoning, coma, and death, stressing that the chemical is highly toxic and unsafe for skin contacts. Pharmacists have called for a more balanced and inclusive composition of the National Task Force on Clinical Governance and Patient Safety, warning that the current structure could undermine patient safety and sector-wide trust. And on the foreign scene, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has said that Africa is no longer in the grip of a public health emergency over mpox, though the viral infection remains endemic in several settings.
Today's news in 60. in 60.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our high life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our pidgin bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
All right, thank you for joining us. Welcome on board. Now, before we go into the main thing, because of course it's power that we'll be talking about. God says, "Let there be light," and there was light. I'll leave it at that. Let me just brush the floor. If you have a business, note that for the smooth running of that business, you need credible human beings to run that business. So you must look for a way to care for those credible human beings. No matter how small that business is, if you have 2 people working for you, you have 3 people. People most times don't go close to people because of their beauty or how handsome they are. They go close to people because of the love they are shown. People gravitate towards love. They gravitate towards care. Every human being on earth understands love language, and they gravitate towards love. They gravitate towards care. So in 2026, you want to run a successful business? Care for your workers. Another thing it does, in the universe, there's an intangible law that we don't see, but we feel it. It's the law of sowing and reaping. Every human being you see represent the image of whoever created them, the supreme being that created them. Whether you believe in Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, whatever, there's a supreme being that you can't see him, but you can see his creation. You can see his works. So every human being you see is a reflection of who he is. Each time you take care of that human being that is working for you, that is a reflection of the supreme being, there is an activation of the universe to work in your favor. And that's one thing people don't know. Nigeria is suffering not because we lack resources. Nigeria is suffering because they are not taking care of their own. Did you hear what I said? Nigeria is suffering because they are not taking care of their own. Don't blame people who would say, I am not proud to be a Nigerian. You don't force patriotism on people. You build it. Why would somebody say, why would somebody be proud that he has American passport, even though he's a Nigerian? It's not because of America as America. It's because of what the American system is doing for him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Haven't you seen people who, if you talk about their own father, they gave birth to them, or their own father, they say, I beg, get out, leave that man, I beg, a useless man. You say, what are you saying? That's your father. I say, come on, man, get out. It's their own father. So, each time you take care of the reflection of the supreme being that we can see, which is the human being working with you, close to you, probably around you, there's an activation of a force you cannot see, but that force will act in your favor. You get what I'm saying? So people gravitate towards love. Loyalty is earned. You don't force loyalty. People can be loyal to you. Your workers can be very loyal to you when you treat them right. So it's a universal law. It cuts across private sector, public sector. Why would somebody who is the head of a parastatal, the moment the person retires, people start celebrating? Haven't you asked yourself a question? People what? Start celebrating. Thank God he has retired. Or thank God he has been redeployed. There are some people who, when they retire, people feel sober. You see people crying. You ask yourself a question. Why is it so? Every human being gravitates towards love. So, you want I'm talking about your own private business now. You want it to grow? Take care of the people God has given to you. Especially when God gives you good people, take care. Don't allow your greed. And that's one major issue we have in Africa, greed. That's why Paul Biya wants to go. He wants to stay there until he goes to meet his ancestors. If not, at his age, what is he looking for? Somebody who is 80, what are you even eating again? At 80, you are not eating the kind of food that a 30, 40-year-old will be eating. Your food will be selected. You can't be eating the way you were eating before. So what are you looking for again? Which car do you want to drive again? It's a mindset. It's not about what you have or what you don't have. So we need to start changing our mindset. We need to start changing our mindset. You stock rice in government house. What do you want to do with it? Share the rice and give it out. The people I'm talking to now, they know. You stock rice in government house, give it out. Don't go and stock rice. What do you want carry rice do? You're a billionaire. You are stocking rice. What are you doing with it? It's not as though the rice is your own that you bought. What are you doing with it now? And you're a billionaire. You need a shame. Just imagine me carrying a carton of biscuit to go and keep it at home. But naturally, I don't even eat biscuits. It's not my thing. If I want to eat biscuit now, it's just because maybe if I'm very hungry and I can't find any food, I'm a food person, like solid food. I'm not a biscuit, meat pie kind of person. So waiting now, if they give me meat pie now, make I share. I go and carry the meat pie, go keep for us. Meat pie will go soon spoil. Or biscuit will go soon spoil. I go pack and keep for us. Waiting now, one carry and do. Carry and share, give children, and make them chop. You carry cartons of biscuit, you go stock and keep them. Wait till one carry and do. Wait till one carry and do, African man. So take care of the people. You have 2 workers, take care of them. Show them love. When they make mistakes, correct them. Put them, like I said, especially when you have credible people, that does not mean they will not have faults. If you check, some of our women, very many of them, they find it very difficult to live with their housemates. The housemaid would wake up by 5 and sleep by 1 a.m. You're a very wicked woman. Very, very wicked. Your children, do they sleep by 1 a.m. and wake up by 5 a.m.? Come on, shift, Joe. But you come out to open your mouth to talk anyhow. So that housemaid that is staying with you is not a human being. Now your own children be shining star. Thank you. That housemaid was not given birth to by a woman. Your own children, angels give birth to them. Is that so? Stop it this year. Let's now go into the main thing. And for the husbands too, who keep quiet when they see those injustices, you are activating the negative force of nature against you. When you oppress the image of the supreme being, you're activating negative forces within nature. It cuts across everybody. Oh. You might not know. Not whether it's in a village people they do you. No village people though. And then when you take care of those set of people, you activate the positive force of nature to act on your behalf. So you just see, even when tragedy wants to happen, something just averts it. That is the thing. You will not learn this one in school, but I'm giving you for free. If you like, practice it. If you like, leave it. For those of you who don't like paying salary, you go and cut people's salary. You go and hold it. You will now remove names. There's a program I did recently. They removed some people's name. They refuse to pay them. This small 20-something thousand. They have cut the money from 75 to about 20-something thousand. Well, as you don't cut and reach there now, pay everybody now. They remove some people's name. Government officials. Tomorrow they say they no pay them gratuity. How then go pay you gratuity? Even pension you no go see. Hey, why you do it to somebody? No, they say your own they wait for you. I beg, no go move. Now, the NDDC was created as an interventionist agency. Am I correct? Is it acting or doing, is it fulfilling its purpose? You know better. We all know the truth, isn't it? 12,000 projects abandoned across the Niger Delta region. That's why when people say, it's those guys who live upstairs that are a problem, I say, no. It is these people around here, the people you are living with downstairs, they are your problem. Our Niger Delta leaders have not done us well. You leave your environment, you leave your home anyhow. And tomorrow you say 13% is not enough. 13% is not enough. Even the 13%, are we even seeing the dividends of the 13%? You know the answer. Are we seeing the dividends of the 13%? Go to communities. So the NDDC decided to do light up Niger Delta, right? I will not say some things here because you ask me, bring proof. Data boys. If you put up something on Facebook now, you hear them say, bring proof. They don't know anything. There are informations we get. We cannot come and share it here. So if you're a data boy, the first thing you should ask is come into the person's inbox and ask questions. Don't be following people sheepishly. Ask questions. Because what is due you? I saw something that they are about doing. Since CNG came, everybody now wants to do CNG training. Everybody wants to do CNG training. They are using it to cash out too. How do you know, Maxwell? Why I not gonna know? I have done one. They just did the thing anyhow. Nya, scatter. And we see videos of how they do this. Even though some other countries have gone, they have gone far. Some other countries have gone far. Some people want to utilize the power of the moon. Nature itself is power. For those of you who did science, nature. Because how do you explain it? We're broadcasting from here, right? There's an antenna, and you're receiving it through radio waves. There's a way we draw it, in physics. It travels. God has created everything. It is just for us to tap into it. This one, come on, the one way that they do from Kaindi Dam, they no fee give us light. The one that is water, you just build dam, the thing will be rolling, just like alternator. You have alternator now, isn't it? From there, I won't go into the technicalities. We don't need that now. Once this thing starts rolling, there's a magnetic wave. It has a way of producing electricity, and then you now transmit, distribute. They no fee give us light. The thing they collapse every day. Is it the one that you can't see that they can tap into? Not that we don't have very intelligent people who can do it, but the system will not allow it to work. This one is the most simplest one. Getting electricity from dam, from water, is the easiest. We have done such experiments before in the laboratory. Produce more electricity like this, small bulb, through water. Do you understand? You have your electrolyte. Then you connect it to a bulb. You put a chemical inside. It will produce light. It's the simplest. So why are we not having electricity? Is it that we don't have competent engineers? We do. Nigerians are intelligent across the globe. Nigerians are a global product. Nobody should deceive you. Nigerians are global, including you who is listening to me. Even these data boys who are following these people who are destroying our systems, they are very intelligent. The problem is they have decided to suspend their intelligence. You can suspend your intelligence and be following people sheepishly. Yes, you can. It's possible. So, just to generate light from water is the easiest to. Then, are you talking about solar? Aye. Even the countries without huge sunlight, there was a report that we can generate 200 and something megawatts of electricity through solar alone in this country. Have you gone to the north? Have you been to Taraba? If you see the kind of sun where they did there, Taraba, Benue, not talk about the core north. Jesus. And we don't have electricity. Then you should know something is wrong. Something is what? Wrong. There's no need going to, okay, they said we're doing Siemens, whatever. Where the electricity now? Late Abakari, where is the Siemens electricity? 25 billion was sunk into that during Obasanjo's time, yet no electricity. So you now see that it is not a case of competence on the part of the technicians. It is a case of a system that has decided that it will not work. And human beings have decided that the system will not work. I've said it before, anytime you see things working, it means human beings have decided that it will work. And anytime you see things are not working, it's because human beings have decided it will not work. That's the truth. Nigeria is not working because human beings, there are some human beings who have decided that it will not work. Because the same water we have overseas, they have it. We have solar in abundance, they have it. We have gas, they have it. Do you know that you can use sewage, as in poo-poo, to produce electricity? Are you not aware? Go and Google it now and study it. There are so many things you can use to produce electricity. Do we have electricity? What will it take to... Let me leave that one. Now, before, they were using generators to power street lights. And because it's choppings. Not that they didn't know that solar... Because solar has at... even while I was in school, solar has started coming into Nigeria. Now, government drives every policy. Government does what? Drives every policy. Education policy, policy on power, policy on whatever. It's the government that drives it. Whatever any NGO or private individuals are doing is just like putting one stone inside the Bermuda Triangle. It will just do gum and it will just disappear. It is government that drives every policy. So I expected that even the solar policy would have been driven long time ago, even from the Obasanjo's regime. If that one didn't do it, what did the Goodluck Jonathan regime do about solar? Not that they didn't know, they know. They travel around the world. They see these things work. And we have a template now. That's why when people say, one of my classmates, you know, that we did train together just a month ago, was saying, Nigeria is just something years old. You know, America is 200 something. I said, told him, shut up. We have a template now to grow better. America is there, UK is there, Australia is there, South Africa is there. So we should grow faster because there's a template. The West have made it easier. Just copy and then bring it here, localize it, and implement. Case closed. But we have decided not to grow. Later, he saw reasons with me. I said, if your father, his mindset was do engineering, do accounting, do this, you have a better template now. You now know that career spans beyond this engineering and accounting and whatever. People are making billions in sports now. Am I correct? Some people who are playing football, if not that our governors tamper with our money, those guys should be, in fact, those guys are richer than them, because if you say the governors are rich, they are not rich because they worked for it's because they tamper with our money. So those guys, those sports guys, are richer than them. Somebody will just enter the ring and carry $200 and some million, go home. If you fight well, say like Mike Tyson, you don't need a 10 and 5 minutes, you don't knock you down when he was in his prime. You carry the money, go. But here they go wait, make them bring allocation. They go come go Abuja, go they share the money. No work, no hard. Now they now said, oh, solar. Everybody's now doing solar, even though they have started making noise about CNG. They have started making noise about CNG. CNG is not bad if it is done properly. But is government driving the policy properly? I don't want to say some things here. All my classmates are listening. He showed me one place where they were supposed to do the training. The place in a bush. They have commissioned it. The owner of the place, who is the contractor, probably have collected money that is training people. But the place in a bush, no office, no training facility. Nigeria, if they explain Nigeria to you and you understand it, then you are not okay. The place is bush, very bushy. But guess what? The man has collected money from this training, that was sponsored by World Bank. He has collected money. I don't know how many people he might have posted that he has trained as a vendor. He will collect money that he has trained people in CNG. Hi. Nigeria is a very funny country. Very, very funny. Now they are making noise. Even NDDC now they are making noise. They want to do CNG. But they now said light up everywhere. And I said, okay. Light up everywhere. Niger Delta. And it's a good thing, right? You walk around your street and you are stumbling because there's no light. I made it clear the other time. How do you give out a contract like the East-West Road and there's no street light? Growing up, I knew that street light that usually curved like this. And that's the same street light they use in Government House then. When as a small boy growing up, when, Ada George and co, they were in Government House. It's the same street light they use on the streets. That's the one they use in Government House. You know that big one now? But that one is not solar. It's powered by normal electricity. Then we're having something like constant electricity somehow. NEPA, they take like what? Then it was NEPA. It's like the way, as they are changing their names, they are becoming worse. Change from NEPA to what again? To PHCN, from PHCN to PHED, from PHED to PHEDC. Woo! If they change name, if they worse. Carrying ladder up and down. We need to see light. They just carry ladder, they drive, they work, and they will be carrying police because they are scared. When they do bad thing, you'll be carrying police up and down. That's why our politicians usually carry police. They can't move without police. They know that they have failed the citizens. That's why they will always carry police. And they are always scared. I saw a VC in one supermarket, and he was looking at me. I was looking at him. I was the first person who started looking at him. He was looking at, I could see fear in his eyes. Why they fear? I'm not going to harm you. So one of his aides, who is a professor, was around, and he knows me personally. So when that one now saw me and said, what did they do here? That was when his body came down. Where did they fear? If you are not, if you have not done injustice to the people, why are you scared? Why are you carrying police and army up and down? Have you seen when Mr. President is moving? Motorcade. So we have now started seeing solar lights on some of our streets. The one they put on my street I don't know the model. I think Mr. Smith will help us probably when he comes on Thursday. He might be listening to me now because he's into those kind of things. They now came to change it. They installed it after we used it for those ones were at least shining a little bit. At least you go to see things for ground. If some tiny things fall on the floor, you go see them. You could pick it. After 2 weeks, they now came. They were now changing it. I was now when I say it's like they want to give us a more sophisticated one. You know, every product has inferior, and then even the original also has different brands. You get what I'm saying? It has even the original has different brands, and the prices differ. These solar lights are not very expensive. I mean, private individuals are buying it. They are installing it in their houses. Organizations with 10, 20 staffs are buying it, installing it in their compound. You just put it there. The sun is there. God has given us very free. If we had to pay for the power the sun is providing, you know how much we'll be paying God. But PHED will be extorting customers. PHED will be extorting customers. But God gave us sun for free. I visited a very good friend of mine, a senior friend. He's listening to me. That's what he uses. It powers his television, powers his fan, and I use it to charge my phone also. Charges his phone. The solar is there. You just need capacity to store energy. That's where the battery comes in. The inverter is to convert from DC to AC. Now, the ones we have on our street is all encompassing. Everything is there. That flat, this thing you see there, they produce it that way. Gone are the days when they were producing, you know, the other ones that NDDC2 was installing on our street, that you see visible battery. Boys now went there and stole all the batteries. Now you see battery and solar. You see the panel, and then under, you now see the light itself joined together, but the battery was different. There's one cube like this thing. They will now put the battery inside. Boys will climb it and remove the battery, because of course those batteries, I don't know if they are lithium batteries or coal. You know, they have different types of battery. They go and sell it. That's the end. If you go to Rumu Chakra, you see those type. Even in some areas, if you go to Rumu Chakra now, you know Rumu Chakra, once you board from Choba Junction, drive the Choba fence, Choba school fence. Once you get to the end, that adjoining street is Rumu Chakra. It takes you from there to Mission Road, where you have that noodles company. Those ones are still there. That one that usually have separate battery, and then you have the light itself. But this ones is all encompassing. The battery, everything is there, because solar is, you have the panel that traps the energy. Do you understand? Traps the energy. It will push it down towards the battery for storage. Then there's a connection between the battery and the bulb itself. So they set it in such a way that 6:30, 7 a.m. it comes on its own. And then I think around 6 a.m. it goes off. By that time, or 6:30, people have started coming out. You've started seeing a brighter day. That's how it's supposed to work. We are supposed to walk on our street. We're supposed to be doing all night on our street, you know, flexing and enjoying our lives. Is that not so? Just like the way the generator powered ones used to be very, you know, the illumination is something else. If pin falls on the floor, you could pick it. But I've also discovered that some of the ones that have been installed by the NDDC, this one they say they are doing light up Niger Delta. Some of them didn't last up to 3 months. They will just go off. Fine, that's it. You just have that pole there. Nothing again. And I discovered that the ones they are installing now has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, either 6 or 8 bulbs. Those ones are more illuminating in nature, and it lasts a little bit more than this one that has about either 6 or 8 line of bulbs. My question is, the one in your area, has it stopped working? Because even though I have some information, but I won't share it here, how much was budgeted for each of these solar lights? You know, there are some things I will say now, they'll go and bring DSS. That's what they do. They just intimidate people, intimidate themselves. There are some things you say in this country, instead of them to say, you know, or denounce, they will go and bring DSS to arrest you. So you're not going to talk again. That's the nature of our country. How much was budgeted for it? If an entity like NDDC is doing that kind of thing, I mean, it is expected that at least this thing should plus or minus last for 2-3 years before they start diminishing. The Nigerian factor coming in. Else, this thing should last for 10 years. Because if you're buying in bulk, you could go to the company producing it. I'm not sure if we are producing it here. Not that we don't have sense to produce it here, but I mean, do you have the machines? I mean, everything done abroad is you see, have you seen car factory, the way they put the thing? It's not John Bosco, bring tire, you put here, you carry wheel, do fion, you knot it. Everything is automated. Do you understand? Everything is what? Automated. The spraying, everything is automated. They make life easy. So I don't know how much was budgeted for it, but the one in your area, is it working? I mean, these are things that affect you directly. You're supposed to have street light. At least that's what you gain from government. That's what you are supposed to. You are, in fact, it's your legitimate right. Let me put it that way. When people beg and say we are begging, calling on this to come and put street, no, you're not supposed to beg. These are things you're supposed to get. So they have installed some on the East-West Road, but it's not, you know, as illuminating as it should be. Do you understand? You know, they shine as it's supposed to shine. Let me speak it in. You know, they shine as shine as it's supposed to shine. The brightness is just there. It's just dull. Do you understand? Light travels. The velocity of light is 3 times 10 raised to power 8 meters per second. That's about 30 million meters per second. The velocity of light. That means if you have a good power system, when the light comes on, everywhere is supposed to be as bright as what I don't know. Now, light is there. God has created light rays. It is left for you to tap into it. So the material you use in tapping into it determines the output. Input determines the output, but you need a good material to trap it. Is that not so? Are you aware that they have different solar panels? Oh, yes. That's if you are using solar in your house, where you have to buy solar. These days now, they are buying solar generator. So you just have panel that will charge the solar generator and then straight to your equipment. But for some people like the one we're using here, we have panels, we have inverter, we have battery. The battery is to store the energy. Am I correct? So the more battery you have, good batteries, the more the number of energy you have. So if you have more battery, you can store energy that can carry for 16 hours. So if the sun starts shining maybe around 9 a.m. thereabouts, depending on the day, this dry season now, 8 a.m. sun don't come out. After 8, everywhere done the hot. So while you are storing, you are even using. While you're storing, you're using. The battery is charging. You're using, you're storing. By 4-5 p.m. when, sunshine goes off, you have enough storage that can carry you. You can load, but when you're loading more equipment, also know that you're drawing more. If you on your AC, depending on the capacity of the equipment, I mean the battery and what's the other one now? An inverter you have. The more equipment you load, the more load it will drag your end. But if it's just fan, TV and co, then charging of your phone, you know that it can last up to you. If you use fan, sleep all through the night. So you discover that some of these solar lights that have been installed, even at 2 a.m., some of them have gone off. I don't know if you've discovered it. Some of you don't come out around 1-2 a.m. Sometimes they come out too. You discover they've gone off. So you ask yourself a question. What kind of solar light did they buy? If the thing came on by 6:30, that's why I had to explain all this. Is it not supposed to carry us till? So you're supposed to buy something sophisticated that will carry us for 12 hours now. 6 hours till 12 a.m. and then 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. early momo, while women start going for bush market and all that. That area is supposed to be eliminated so that nobody will now harass them on the road. By 6:30 to 7, it goes off. By 8:30, sun comes on, it starts shining. Now, it starts charging again. Now, even if you don't, there's a kind of solar you will buy. Even if you don't have sunlight, light alone, normal bright daylight, can still charge it. Should I explain? Even if you don't have sunlight, the kind of solar you have, the normal bright daylight, early morning light, the God has created it day and night. You could still charge. It can still charge. It might not be as powerful as when you have sunlight. Sunlight increases the intensity of the power or the energy you can grab. But normal broad daylight can still charge it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you discover that some of this light, even on my street now, I've discovered one, close to that pharmacy, another one has gone off. They are not working again. Then there's another one that is now doing, working like an epileptic, whatever, like behaving like Apas for eye. You know what is that? Squinted eye. Pium, 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 pium. Pium, 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 pium. And when did they install this in? Last year? Was it mid last year? Okay, close to the end of the year. I can't get the exact month now. So I'm asking myself a question. Naso Wugode, the one in your area, please give us a brief description of how it's working. Is it shining? Like if you throw pin on the floor, can you also pick that pin? Or if something fell off, can you really search and see it? Because in some areas it is dull. The one on Mboba Road, except say you put on your light well, if you're driving, you know, if you see well. I don't know what's going on. Please, 0810-9510-951. The ones installed by NDDC, they put their name, you will see it. You will see it. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Master. Good evening, sir.
Go ahead.
My name is Nebu Pep from Booking Master.
All right.
Master, the reason I will tell you the truth about this night. My own solar light in Asarator, very shiny, I never talk like for our honorable Bumagu, the one she put in Asarator, every compound, very shiny, and the NDDC ones, they're very shiny, very good. I'm not talking like. And then our brother in Pagalonjon, they put a good solar, very, very shiny, but not do off and on. Because it's direct to the solar, they're not using battery, so you cannot keep anything again. They're very
Thank
long
you,
one.
Sir. Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Number one radio presenter. Let me give you the title. Take up. Yes, so your friend will not go to school. Yes, I call it from Abua. Otari community. This solar light, the one where NDP give us. First, it is shine now past where NDDC give us. NDPR.
Okay, the one that NDPR, that's Niger Delta Petroleum Resources, right?
Yes. The one they give to us. At first, the first person to give all this solar light here in Agua.
The one NDPR gave you, is it still standing? Is it still shining?
Yes. Four fingers. You're like you are trying to explain that the light line is 4 and 4. But the one
okay, that's one NDPR gave you, eh?
Yes.
Oh.
Not bigger. It never big like this one. Bring Nibel and Sandboard. But it they shine past the one NDDC. Carry on give us here. And the first, when NDDC bring, just like you explained, the way NDDC first bring, they later come, they lose the pole down, they remove them, they put in another, they bring another one. We they think say they change that to give us a better one. They come to change them after they bring them, after some weeks, they come change, put another head. Those head now, they don't do the work well. They don't do the work well. They not, just like they go come, off and on. But the one NDPR will give us where the 4-finger light, just small 4, they shine past the NDDC bring now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, good evening.
Mr. Mas, good evening.
Welcome, sir.
It's Harvest.
Go ahead, sir.
Like the solar light in my community, the one NDDC is shining very well, especially any day that there is heavy sun. We have a sun. The intensity is high. It always be very, very shiny. You can even use your needle to sew your clothes under the light. Then the one that they give in this our area now is not up to 1 week. It's also shining. But you know what is worrying me is that the light that they are giving now, the NDC is giving now, is only in major streets. It's not entering this street where people can perpetrate evil. Like in this my street now, down, apart from that express road, there.
Yes, go ahead.
As we do not have the light there is no NEPA light. So we are not getting light. So they should extend their hand to put inside the local street so that everywhere can be shining.
Thank you, sir. Have you also discovered that is this street light that people are using to console themselves? Some areas, when you get there, you think there's NEPA light. There's no NEPA light too. They are using street light to console themselves. Yes, good evening.
Yeah, lucky man.
Oh, no.
Okay, master. You see, me get it courage time. As I don't buy, I buy this solar light, buy 3 for this my trees. Because I don't complain.
How much did you buy it?
Everything that I use in putting the solar is 320,000, including the pole, everything.
Okay.
That's what we bought. So when we put our own in our street, that is when we discover that the main one that NDDC put, that one is photo. It's not shining anything. Like even they started asking me, where did we buy this our own? This our own is even shining. Like
the one you bought is more sophisticated than one NDDC is installing.
Yes, now. My own is our own is shining like only 3 cover the whole street, while the base that they mounted was 6. So we put 3 because that is the one that we could afford at that moment. So the 3 that we put now is even covering the whole street like this. Everywhere is shining. But the one that they put in the main estate is nothing common. They are even jealous. They are even asking me, how did I get to this light? So this NDDC light, now photo light, man, and the light you have seen itself is not going to last because most of them is even shutting down.
Wow, thank you. Very unfortunate. Good evening.
One of the people.
I agree to you, sir.
Marvin from Port Harcourt.
Yes,
Maxwell, let me tell you, even though these people put the light in my kitchen and my toilet and everywhere in my house, I will not appreciate them. You know, when you beat a child and you don't want that child to cry, you give him the stick so that child will keep. That's what they are doing. You told them that it's a solar light that Nigeria needed. They forgot fundamental things that is better. The insecurity that is crippling Nigeria. The Islamic sect that has taken over Nigeria and they don't want somebody to...
No. Do you have the solar light? Calm down now. Calm down. Do you have the solar light?
Solar light is all over everywhere now. They bring that fake solar light. I don't want to comment on it because it's not commendable. It's not commendable. What are they doing? You use solar light and swing water to our house with? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Calm down. Oh, good evening.
Maxwell.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The solar light issue. I don't understand it. When they bring the solar light like this, the one that they are putting is cheap. Why would they put the solar light for people? I don't just understand. And they say they want to light up everywhere. They're going to. Is it the light up of Port Harcourt or light up of Niger Delta? I don't understand. So I don't understand. That's my contribution.
Thank you, sir. Yes, good evening.
Maxwell.
Sir?
Peter from Oyibo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you know that since the inception of NDDC, this Dr. Mbuku administration, I can give him a pass mark. But before I will give him a pass mark, do you know what is happening? Why people are complaining that these lights are not working? When they give out
these contracts to those greedy Nigerians who want to take everything to themselves. Just like the young man was explaining that his own, which he went to the market and bought 3, those ones are perfectly working. Because when you get to the market, it will tell you that this is the original, this is the best, this is so. Now the one where you need, now the grade where you need, now you go buy. So maybe when they get to the market, hello? Yes, when they get to the market, assuming the best one, they are selling it 140,000. Maybe they will go for the one of 70,000. How do you think it will work? That is why I will call on our brother Umbuku, Dr. Umbuku, to focus his eyes on those contractors he's giving contracts to, so that by the time they give them those jobs, they will know that those jobs are perfectly, they should be monitored. Like the one in my community. My brother was talking from Bua. The one in my community, Odanga. Do you know that those lights, by this time, children are playing football in the field. You see children playing football. To tell you the quality of those solar lights, till today they are working. So what is wrong with those ones, those bad ones they are installing? They should ask the contractors questions so that we should not be deceived. Just like the last caller, because it's annoying.
Thank you, sir.
It's very, very annoying. We don't supposed to be using street lights. We're supposed to use electricity. Maxwell, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is well. Good evening.
Hello, Maxwell. Good evening.
Welcome.
Mommy, the International Unity Estate, Technica.
Yes, ma.
So the light, when they brought it to this our estate here, well, we are thinking the thing will reach everywhere. They just stop somewhere. If you are coming from the road, you will see light. But once you are coming down to where we stay, it's the same road, you will see darkness. You know, when you leave light and enter where there is no light, it's as if everywhere is dark. So they just put it somewhere and then turn one to the other side and then left the whole road. So they should come and help us, even if it is only throughout the road, because you will enter from the road and enter to your house. There's no light there, but at least it is still from the road. They should come and help us. Unity Estate in the car here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Calling from Bogoro.
All right.
My brother, our own for Cool Breeze Road, Bogoro, Cool Breeze. Since, not mistake, August last year, they bring the base. They put the base. Up till now, they never bring the pole till today, as we are talking. Just put the base here. The base now grass, they cover some of the base. For Cool Breeze, so Bogoro. Don't know what is happening. Whether the contractor don't carry the money run or waiting be the problem now. The base now grass, they cover the base. So anybody who in charge of Cool Breeze, the base, they grass, they cover the base. Let the contractor here where they come break.
All right, thank you. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Master.
Yes, sir.
Go
ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Master, the solar panel you are talking about, the one they mount at the Chogocho, the express distance, that one for a very long time, that one has not been showing very well, even since from the day they mounted that one. Have not been showing. It's not clear. Even though the distance is a little bit far from each other, but it's very dark. But the recent one that NDBC, they came and mount that cut across my pipeline road, just somehow. Then that one is shining well, but it's not up to, I can't judge it for now. I can't judge it for now because it's not up to 1 month. But from the way those ones are shining, I wish it will last. But I have one kind feeling concerning any project that NDDC is undertaking. It's going any project of NDDC. It doesn't last. Just look at the roads. Any roads, NDDC roads. One, it will not be wider. The drainage will just be like something you use only one leg. Put inside. Then you just look at the infrastructures, the classroom, the seat. They normally, those things doesn't last. I don't know how NDDC, the structure that we are able to put on. Everything about them doesn't last. So NDDC should do more better. They should do more better. More than what we are seeing them on. But I am still begging them that my community still needs their addition because the one our honorable member brings is too small. A land that is about 200 pieces. So in a community as big as Chogocho. So
all right, sir.
It's quite unfortunate.
Thank you, sir. Yes, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Mark. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I think before this segment, what segment was that came before this one was in our mind, right? Am I correct? The last listen before this time that people are calling now was what is in your mind.
Yes.
This one now, which one is it? Is it eyewitness?
Area talk.
Area talk.
Yes.
Why is the area talk going on solar light alone?
Yes, that's what we're looking at.
Huh?
That's what we're looking at.
That was why that man was angry. Allow people to say what they feel about their area. Thank you.
Okay, maybe he wasn't following us. Good evening.
Good evening, Mark.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, the solar light is functioning fine in my village. As I traveled home, I saw it, and even though
the one installed by NDDC?
Yes. This recent one that so you will see the write-up on it in NDDC. But the one that gave me a lot of concern is from Sakpenwa down to Bodo Junction, that road going to Bonny. I just saw the light, I think about how many days ago. My brother, when I traveled last week, I see these people don't begin, they bring the pole down, they cut the light. Which kind of wahala be this one now? But the thing shocked me. Immediately after that police station, they don't bring all the pole down. They cut the wire. They go. I don't know. They cut that headlight. They go. Leave the pole empty there. I don't understand. We they cry for the one where we don't get. The little one where we get again. They take our hand. They spoil them. And what kind of life is this? You cannot see this kind of a thing anywhere. I serve in the north. If you see remote area where they put this solar light. And they will be there for years. Nobody touch it. But our own here is different. Just immediately after that police headquarters and as I was going to that Bodo Junction, if you drive there, you will see what I'm telling you. They have brought the pole, most of them down.
Thank you,
and
sir.
Come out the head of the light. I don't understand.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This one says, I observed that the Light Up Niger Delta project is in phases. The first phase was done by NDDC, while the subsequent phases were contracted to private individuals that want to make more money. Well, the one in my location, back of Kem, is still up. Okay. Just keep on watching. Maxwell, please let us work hard to give our life good things of life, but waiting. I don't understand your message, sir. Maxwell, greetings. NDDC should construct roads. I don't know the kind of contractors they are using in constructing our road. We're looking at the solar light. The one in your area, is it working? That's what we're asking. Yes, good evening.
Yes, Ma. How are you?
Great.
That's good. Okay. This is my 385 time of trying to get you online.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Okay. Well, what I want to say is concerning somebody that called. I was complaining of the discussion centered on this line. This is an area talk. I think we that has problem that is not street light because we know the country we are into. NDDC, if you like, talk from now to tomorrow, they won't change.
But you have, do you have the street light? The solar light?
Yes, yes.
It's working?
It's working, but it was not installed by NDDC or government. It's a private company.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So NDVC, their own, everybody knows them. It's either they install before you know it will spoil, or it is not shining very bright.
Thank you, sir.
So we know NDVC. So it will be better for us to say what we know that government can listen to us.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We'll take this one, we'll wrap up, and then we'll go into eyewitness report. The problem with solar street light is not just about quality in some cases, but the fact that they could get damaged easily by lightning. Fortunately, nighttime feels better with solar street lights. Chimino Haka, thank you. Chimino, but they can also, if they did it well, it's supposed to have earthing. Is that not so? To prevent it from being damaged by lightning. I mean, these things are used in other countries, so why is it that anything that comes to Nigeria does not work? Your house, when you build your house, they put earthing now. Is that not so? Even your socket has earthing. So that when thunder strikes, you can just swallow it up and then it will damage the equipment. These things are simple things now. I mean, not the same electrical way they do for US would they do here. These things are simple things. It's just probably if they got the inferior ones, they might not last. But in some areas I visited, their own is working. In some areas, they are not working. Some of them are not working. Some of them are very, the illumination is so low. And you ask yourself, so what's the essence? The thing is not service. It's just like you buy a television and half of the screen is gone. Wait till you go to watch now, you go to watch half human being. You won't enjoy it. Well, we have to go for a short break and then come back for eyewitness report. Don't go anywhere.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
And I think in the music industry in Nigeria, we're drifting towards that end. Not this pattern of you come on stage, you plug your plug and play, then you be doing yo. So I paid money to come and be doing yo. Oga, bring a full band, play music. Let us enjoy good music. Do you understand? That's what Burna Boy does. That's global music. Live performance. That's what we want to hear. All this yo. You say yo. You say yo. No. Okay. You go play. Oh. Bring your live band. Come and perform. All right. Time for Eyewitness Report. 0810 9510 951. And then for messages, 0701 9339 962. Eyewitness Report. Let's go. Good evening.
Okay, Master, good evening.
No, in the building.
Okay, Master, my eyewitness there. Don't show me the level. Say this country don't disappear. I say make I go buy tire. My motor all the time don't condemn. I say I go buy tire put for my tuke. My brother, per tire is 60,000 naira. If you want buy Belgium, it's 35,000. And that Belgium self, no be saying a Belgium way be say you go feel last you. Maybe I have 1 month, 2 months, you don't bend or you don't tear or one thing. So I say make I go for new one. At least we go fit carry me for some time. My brother, each tire is 60,000 naira. My battery, they say they disappoint me. I go for battery. Battery is 95,000 naira for 75 amps. My brother, all these things now waiting, we know how much we dey buy them few years back. But since APC come, everything so they skyrocket up and down. Waiting they pay me pass most now. Our president, they travel every minute here and there. He no go there for this country to hear the cry of the people when in the rule. Every minute, this man, they travel. Why we here, we are suffering, and have those in traveling, they cost us billions of naira. They run into millions. I don't understand the way APC, they carry on the go for this country, because this thing is getting out of hand. And we go continue to the close mouth like this. At the end of the day, we don't even know where we are going to come out from this bondage that we are into like this, that these leaders have put Nigerians into. How can we continue? If fuel, you know, go keep buy. To be able to get more problem, make it go fix up, you know, go keep buy. Then where we take for this nation, what will be the one thing where this go fit take both? I just imagine waiting APC go tell us, say, this is one thing that we have done for you. We want you to re-elect us in 2027. Because I don't know. Thank God, this country.
I tire you. Good evening.
Master. Yeah, friend, I know. I know, not only the suffer people. All of us with the suffer. You see, Mr. Master. You know, say even those ones where they clap hand for them, they follow the suffer this thing one day with the complaint. Those ones where they clap hand for them. Now it's unfortunate. Mr. Maxwell, there is one of the things that I've been nursing in my mind that we discuss, and I wish that one day we set aside a day, let's discuss about it, and that is local government administration, more especially where it concerns issue of councillors. Mr. Maxwell, in the national, you used to hear that they receive constituency allowances, constituency funds. Within the state level too, we also hear that they receive constituency funds. And we have been demanding account of what they have been using it. Then what happened at the local government level? Is the councillors not receiving anything? That everybody keep on calling on the chairman, do this, do that. You see that there is nothing councillors can do. At the national level too, we have ministers. At the state level, we have commissioners. At the local government level, we have supervisory councillors too. That the reason for creating these positions is to ensure that little development trickle down to the world where these people comes from. But we are not seeing anything from councillors. We are not seeing anything from supervisory councillors. Is it that they have been appointed or elected so that they will be following a local government chairman like handbag, holding handbags, and following them like security dogs everywhere the local government chairman is going? That is where they will find themselves. So let us discuss this thing one day. So at the end of the day, let's ensure that these people should know why they are being elected or appointed. I know that in the early 90s or within the military eras, we used to have supervisory councillors doing either coming to school for something or supervising some of small work for roads. But we are not seeing these things again. So is it that they created this office so that people just go there,
right. Thank you,
occupy, and then take salary, and nothing is coming from the people?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reginald. Good evening. Hello.
Man of the people. Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Man of the people. This is Marvin from Port Harcourt once again.
Yes, sir.
You see, man of the people, I'm very hungry. My eyewitness is about concerning this about that. You know that most of our local government, they don't even go to their village as a result of the antecedent, what they do in the council. They don't step to their village. Their leg don't go to their village. And if someone that is being elected or selected as leader don't touch his own village for one day, then what shows that you bring development to the village? Now, can you imagine that only what you will hear is that some gangs of boys went to the local government chairman village and burned houses, kill people, destroy things, and left. Then at the end of the day, when you ask what caused this destruction, they will tell you that it's from the antecedent or the activity of the local government chairman, who has neglected his village for a while. All this while that it was in office. And only what the village can benefit from these people is destruction. And not that when these gangs, they came, not that they touch any of their property, it will be innocent people that are not benefiting anything from this, their fair system. That is why I keep on saying, if we are complaining and people are saying that don't mind them, they are hungry, that is why you are eating 3 times square meal. It will come to the point that the activity of these people we are complaining of will get to you on that your dining table and nobody will ask you to escape.
Thank you, sir. Send your messages to 0701 9339 962. You can also do a voice note on WhatsApp. Good evening.
Sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
My name is Coach Andy Maswelo.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Maswelo, my eyewitness is about the hunger in the land. Somebody collapsed today on the road. People gather. Not that he was sick, no sickness, hunger. Maswelo, if country have reached to the extent of citizens being hungry, no food, that means that country is about to weigh well. It is about to turn upside down. So this country now is about to turn upside down. Because the masses are suffering, Maswelo.
So what did they do to the person?
They are suffering.
Were they able to give him food?
Sorry?
Were they able to give the person food?
Yes, a good Samaritan came out. A good Samaritan came out and bought a plate of rice for the person. The young boy, they were asking him what happened. He couldn't explain. But when he saw rice, he now start explaining that it's hunger.
Sure.
Maxwell, there is hunger in this land. Maxwell, have you been to the street? Just go to the street and see how the youth are turned to become beggars. Beggars, youth are beggars, becoming beggars because of lack of job opportunity, lack of work in their own land, in their own country. Maxwell, this has become another thing. That is why it's not that I'm blaming or what others are doing, maybe stealing. I'm supporting them. But sometimes somebody steals for hunger.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
not supporting them or
Thank God the boys.
For what I am seeing in the streets.
All right, thank you,
for
sir.
What I'm seeing in the streets is something else. Let this government do something before it get out of hand.
Thank you, sir.
Because there is a lot of hunger now.
All right. Good evening.
Yes. Maxwell, Peter.
Yes, sir. Peter.
Peter from Oyibo.
Yes, sir.
Maxwell, I want to beg you. Can you put the weather commissioner for works in the state or whoever to know the essence of work within that Ndele, Abua, Udwa Road to Kubo, down to Bayelsa. I have said it here before. I said, what the state government should do, let them write to the NBDC so that they can partner together to see how that work can speed it up. So I want you call the commissioner, let him give us update of that road. My people are suffering. By the time you get to Ahoda, then you now started coming back to Abua. A journey of, by the time you get to Ndele, just 20 minutes, you are in Abua. You are in Abua. So that let us know what is happening, how far that work is going. I could see the bridge there, but not much work is going on. Please, help me. My people are suffering. We can no longer endure. Maxwell, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Maxwell. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
My name is Nebu Pebo from Bookmaster Toro. One of my weakness today that in what today, as I told you, what to local government, as I told you, there are new APC restrictions. There are no rules, they don't have NI, but our brother, our boss man, but you can flag a market, pay NI people to come and those people who have NI to do that restriction. So I was telling my boss man, you have flag a market, thank you very much, to making people that have NI today.
Wow. Yeah, what you said. Good evening.
Maxwell, good evening.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Francois. I'm calling from Greater.
Yes, please.
One of my admin reports, I'm going to say this every day. Why is it that the policemen don't want to stop collecting money from motorists on the roads? What is the problem? I've said this time without number that they are collecting this money because they are waging armed robbery against the drivers, or the driver is supposed to pay them on what they are doing on the road, or is government that's supposed to pay them. Up till now, they are still collecting money. Why? The street lights, most of the street lights, they are fixing. Within 1 month, bad boys will just bend the pole, collect the solar light off as somebody is talking. Just like that. In those days, I remember early 70s, our former president, General Olusegun Obasanjo, is among the people. He was a civil engineer. He was among the people that constructed one bridge that crossed Orion River in Abudu local government. But this present government now, what are they doing for people that will make them like them? It's not that they are using money to bribe people. People are decamping from different parties to APC. On what ground? What is APC doing that is convincing me to go and join them?
Thank you. Your eyewitness, good evening.
Good evening, Maswell.
Welcome, sir.
I'm Oti Wabege Obogoma. Our problem, our weakness, is the problem of Obogo, my community, and Moha local government. That road that Amechi constructed, Amechi left the road. The road is my people. I used to say it over and over. If you come to obey in my community, women have broken their legs. Even men.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Maxwell.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Maxwell, sorry. Good evening. Hello, can you hear me? Good. Maxwell, please don't be annoyed. There's some advice some people give that's not good. Why can't, now somebody will carry up from Obibo to Port Harcourt, the wage the person on the road and thief from that person. Why can't those thieves go to Akpabio house and thief, or Tinubu house to go and thief, or Ike house? Now to these people who they suffer, who they carry their not from Obibo, from Asa, with leg, they will waste them on the road. Or common person who just carry touch phone, you see him on the road and stab him. He say that hunger. Yes, there is hunger. Okay, these people complaining now. Let Tinubu will come. Let's say Tinubu will come to Port Harcourt tomorrow. They will still leave it from this night. We will go to yes. So Tinubu is our own. Tinubu will they complain now. You tell me that somebody will carry up from Obibo, from Asa. You wage him on the road. Put the person on the road and they stab him and kill him. Let the person go to Tinubu house and thief. Let the person go to Wike house and thief. Let the person go to Akpabio house and thief. Let these people when they don't suffer on the road. On that storm, you say that this hunger you have to keep from them. I will if you follow there. In short.
It's okay. Say they should go and sit where? Please keep the calls coming in. Eyewitness report. (0810-9510-951). Let's see if we have messages. Please help me tell the Honorable Commissioner of Health at Desiree that there is no doctor in Alu Boundary Health Center. My neighbor was ill last week and was taken there, but they said no doctor. We have seen the great impact she's making. She should keep her good work. The people, the gods, and ancestors are behind her. Please let her cross-check the situation at Alu Boundary Health Center. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Welcome. Good evening.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Mr. Black. All this complaint, as this was saying, is understood. But what is there is that we don't have one mind in Nigeria. If any of the
what's your eyewitness, sir? Your eyewitness.
Support the position immediately.
What's your eyewitness? It's eyewitness now. So when you call in, you tell us your eyewitness. Sorry, sir. Yes. Good evening.
Hello, Mas. Good evening.
Go ahead.
My name is Dr. Suri.
Can you turn off your listening device?
Hello?
Yes, please, go ahead.
My name is Dr.
Go ahead.
I am from Igwechi. The road that leads to Chokota, Umeru, Ikurungu. I was still where they are getting it from our local government channel. They are trying. but it's not enough. They are raising it without filling it down. I don't know. They grade it like that without filling it down. Nobody will fight the game. They will collapse back. Some places are off, some are down. So they need to, then they have to come and grade it. If you help us and buy some,
Good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Yes,
Master,
please.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm a first-time caller. Thank you for the good job you're doing. My eyewitness is actually to make a strong appeal, a passionate appeal to the governor to look at the monorail. That monorail now, it's being vandalized. And I think that is River State money that is being thrown away. Even if he doesn't want to spend the state resource on it, he can do a public-private partnership something for the project to continue. So it's not good that you pass through that place from Azikiwe going to town and you are seeing that the River State money is being thrown away. That's the commonwealth of this state. So I'm really appealing and I'm pleading with him to look into that project so that that project can continue and it can also be completed like we have it in Lagos as well. That's my eyewitness. My first time of calling. Nice talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes,
Master,
please, go ahead.
good evening. May God bless you. You are trying. And give you the strength to do this work. It's not easy. My brother, my eyewitness is about the theft in River State. The way they are carrying weapons on the street, on the bus stop, seizing people's car. It just be like we are in a lawless place. At that, if you have government. And the funny part, I was coming from Ataka to Bigo. A policewoman with uniform, without uniform. We were collecting 100 from the bus driver. He was sharing with that man 200. They give him 100 naira. Do you know that a tout was calling uniform that useless uniform? This woman couldn't do anything. Was using her to slap you. I will deal with you, and that was all. Another one is that Anthony, for more than 50 years, there are no Nepal light. You only have light at your room. After that, people, and we have a local government chairman who is not doing anything. And this is what I was saying. Everybody say it's our turn. It's our turn. It's not our turn. What can you bring to the table? When Erasmus Award was a local government chairman, everybody in Dandon see that there are no possibilities, there are no problems. But suppose that it's our turn. Now we get on. And that's what we are saying now. Now we can't go. Nobody can.
Oh, your line is already breaking, but what's your thought? Good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello. Yes, good evening.
Hello, good evening, my number one radio presenter. You see, when you are doing well, people will commend, everybody will say you are doing well. You see the way people are commending you, that's my eyewitness. Doing a good job for us. I don't mind if God will continue to strengthen you for us.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Sukan. Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Master, don't be angry. My network is what I was talking.
No problem, sir.
I was talking about pensioners of local government. That they called the people, the tariff today. That is how they have been doing since 2013 up to now. Nothing is being done. So I know one of my uncle is now bedridden. Where can he go there? Since 2013 up to today, nothing is being done. A lot of them have actually they call for the purification if you see number of people that have died, you marvel, you cry. So I don't know what the government, they said the thing is trying, governor thing is trying. Why not try on local government pensioners? Are they not part of River State? That is my eyewitness. If you can help help your station, can help local government retirees, they will praise you well. They will praise their station. Thank you. Otiwabeze is my name, Obogoma. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Go ahead. Hello. Okay. Keep the calls coming in. We're still taking calls on Eyewitness. All right. Keep it coming. Yes, please. Go ahead. Good evening.
Hello, Maswell.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Please, I'm still begging the government to put out in that Ikurengo, Shokota, Umebulu, let government come and help. Though I didn't hear what the other person that called about that road say, if they are grading it or not. But even though they are grading that road alone, it's not, in short, is more or less making it.
We lost that call. Network providers. Network providers, as well. The issue of national grid collapse, PHED should tell the consumers how much they will give back, because it will be about to collect full money for half service. Again, it is long I heard of the total megawatts generated and how available now. Handsome, you're not going here. Good evening. Hello.
Hello, good evening, Ogamaswe. My Oga on top. Ogamaswe, my eyewitness is that, do you know that those boys that do these Virgin flyovers, you know, I recommend Rumokuta flyover as the best flyover at all. But it looks like those people, they are migrating down to this new flyover, and their plan, I believe, is to disvirgin it and to use less and keep it the way they kept the one at Remola and Garrison at Lave. So something needs to be so fast before they start doing what they know of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, is this one recent from PHED? Today is what? January 27. Okay, they said they restored transmission. Okay, they've restored power to all their transmission stations. The feeders are being restored gradually. And they always appreciate their customers for their patience. Patience don't they run out. Patience don't too much. Every day, national collapse. Man, I think I miss you. Yeah? It's all right. Let's see. Mr. K says, do we have any functional Ministry of Works in River State? Abia State is busy painting roads, but ordinary potholes in River State can't be patched. Lastly, flood has taken over Mile 1 Market Road. All right. Good evening.
Mas, you cut me off. I don't know whether I cut me off on network.
Network on. It's not me.
Okay. I was saying about this Chokota Umebulu Krongo Road. I saw a couple of they our look.
See, that's the network now.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
So, they are grading what I saw there today. I don't think inference for that thing will work. Because the place they are grading, they are supposed to fill it with red mud. So those places, those big holes, those holes are still like that. They are grading it. I don't see any need grading it without filling that place. since local government have decided to spread it, let's help us and see the place down so that we can pass at least for 3 or 2 months before the place will come back again.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
As well, that road they say they are grading now, that the Kurengo, Ibeche road. That's what they do almost every year. But there is no benefit in it because as they are grading it, the thing will get worse when it comes to rainy season. Those, what is it called? The dust or mud, he put it back in a closed spot road. During rainy season, bike will not run there. The leg side will not pass those places. Leg now going somebody's compound and be passing that. And the people that will own those compounds allow leg to be passing in their compound, they will cause problems. They normally bust people's head because of walking in someone's compound because there is no road. So that is not the right thing for them to. They know the right thing to do. It's matter now. Okay, now in short, as we are here now, we are running because the river said there is no right. It's been raining. It just one rain then now you see that there will be no road for even like to pass. Let government, let the involve government and do that thing, that road once and for all, so that people that are living in those areas will stop suffering. So this is what I can say about it. Grading that road is not the ultimate. They know what to do about it. That road has been like that for long. They know what to do. Let them do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, my friend.
Yes, please.
Peter, Amoyibo. Just give me 30 seconds. Somebody mentioned the monorail. There is this thing that is happening in this state. Nobody cares. Anything that concerns the state, nobody cares. Even the government don't care. We have these people that came from one part of the country. And anytime you see them in an area, when they take over an area, you see them, they build some of these, I don't know how to term those kind of houses. You see them there with their trucks. Those are the people who are vandalizing, removing those monorail iron, and so many other. I told you, an incident in Obibo here, that state housing estate by Abuja Junction there. That was how it happened. Before you know, all of them, they started they build all these nonsense. And today, the estate, River State government use taxpayers' money, billions, to build. All those houses are on the ground today. And nobody said any. I think in one of the, not once, about 2 or 3 occasions, I've been shouting. Nobody responded today. So if you go there now, those houses, they are on the ground. They even, as the houses are on the ground, they are even pulling out the rods, the iron, from inside, the one they use in the foundation. I think they've done with it. Now nobody is there again. They will move to another side. That is what they are doing. So Max, I beg you help us to spread the message across.
Thank you,
our state, they will wake up from their sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Master. Make I join the last caller. Like Abua here, it's over 3 months now. Those people were there for more than 3 months now because the local government chairman stopped them. But before I stop them, they go in Ono, where the build upstairs, they go cut all the iron. Now make me stop them. Maybe till the day the enter government has go by the last before they will know so they will stop these people from this nonsense where they did. Abua, and I don't see one place where they did pass scrap or to sell scrap now for Abua. so the government can do something they really want to work.
Thank you. All right, more calls, messages, so we can wrap up. Don't forget to follow me on Facebook. I have a lot of things there that will benefit you. I've done some new videos. You know, just go to Lucky Maxwell, LUCKY MAXWELL. Follow me. Good evening.
Master, good evening.
Right.
Hello?
I can hear you very clear, sir.
Yeah. I beg, I want you to help me now. I beg the local government chairman, the Anthony local government chairman. Everybody don't celebrate 100 days in office. I don't know whether in celebrate 300 days, I mean 1 million days. We don't hear anything. Wall 3, the school children are sitting on the ground floor for primary school. What is he doing? The local government chairman. Now everything will call governor. So he don't collect SUV from the bus, charge 350 million bus. Let him come and do something for the local government now. Even the House of Assembly member, we don't see anything from Anthony. You, they hear for radio, Anthony, don't see Anthony celebrate one thing. Call them for us now. We are begging the Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep the calls coming in. 0810 9510 951. Messages can be sent to 0701 9339 962. Yes, good evening. Hello, good evening. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
I'm Mr. Goodwin.
All right.
I'm calling you from Port Harcourt. On the issue of all these local government chairmen, I can understand that most of them we are loyal to FCC ministers. What the reason we have said like this? In each local government, they have renewed hope leader, and that renewed hope leader supersedes the local government chairman. And the local government chairman was transferable to the renewed hope leader in each of these local government. For instance, Ikwere local government, Ishi, the local government of Ikwere local government was answerable to Ishi, while Ishi answerable to FCC minister. The same thing with Ahoda East. We have the former local government chairman called Ben Eke, and the local government now, the current local government of Ahoda.
Is this your eyewitness, sir?
Yes, that's my eyewitness.
No, this is not eyewitness now. These are political offices.
It's my eyewitness.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Hello, good evening. Yes, good evening.
Thank you so much, Lucky.
Welcome, sir.
Lucky.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
See, the way that this Aboki cows now are in this area, I don't know, condition of agriculture. It's hard for you to start replacing this national cow. Thank you, Archie.
All right. Well, take this last one. Good evening. Hello. That's much we can take, Please follow me on Facebook. LUCKY MAXWELL. Lucky Maxwell. Please follow me. I have some things that'll be of interest to you. Follow me. Go through the videos I've posted. It will help you. It will change your perception. I talked about a whole lot of things: leadership, life. You'd love it. On X, formerly Twitter, you can also follow me at LuckyMax234. On Instagram, at LuckyMaximum1. But if you follow me on Facebook, I think it's easier for you to get through to other channels. On Facebook is Lucky Maxwell, Lucky. Then MAX, as in XYZ, XWELL. Lucky Maxwell. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow again. Good evening.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM.
Toyi Ibitoye needs no introduction when it comes to talking about Nigerian football. Yes, a quintessential sport journalist, former media officer of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, former special aide to a minister of sport in Nigeria. He's been there, he's seen it all. On this edition of Global Sports Update with yours truly, I'm going to be talking with Toyi Ibitoye and ask you, or I urge you to fasten your seatbelt because there's so much about the Nigerian game that you don't know that Toyi will be letting you into. My name is Godwin Enaknes, Global Sports Update. Welcome back. I did say have Toyi Ibitoye waiting to talk to us. Toyi, how are you doing? Thank you so much for always obliging us.
Thank you, Godi. The man I love to call world admin because of the WhatsApp group that we're on together. It's always a privilege to be on Global Sports. It's always a privilege to be a part of your show and to, contribute my little knowledge for the few years I've been in sports, contribute my own little knowledge to the topic of the day. So I'm good, and thank you for this opportunity to be a part of what you are doing.
Thank you, Toyi. Now, I want us to go to the 2013 African Nations Cup that Nigeria won with Stephen Keshi as the head coach. Can you talk us through how many players who were playing in the domestic league in Nigeria made that team?
Let me remember accurately. I think we had about 7 home-based players in that team. Third choice goalkeeper Chigozie Agbim was in that team. Juwon Oshaniwa, that's number 2. Godfrey Obuabona, that's number 3. Ruben Gabriel, that's number 4. Azubike Egweke, that's number 5. Sunday Mba, that's number 6. Ejike Uzoyi, that's number 7. I think about 7 of them were in that team, if my memory serves me right. I think 7.
Toyi Ibitoye, thank you so very much for reminding us and giving us the names of the players who were there. Did these players have playing time when they went to the Nations Cup in South Africa in 2013 with Stephen Keshi? And when Keshi decided to take the 7 home-based players out of 23 or 24, what was it like for you? Did you think he was making a mistake or he was taking a huge gamble?
Well, the third choice goalkeeper obviously did not have any play time. Even the second choice goalkeeper Austin Ejide did not have any play time because Vincent was the captain of the team, and we had not qualified when we were playing our last group game, so we didn't have the opportunity to rest players like we did at this AFCON and play French players. So we had to play our main team in all the games we played. So the second choice goalkeeper, that's Austin Ejide, and of course the home-based goalkeeper that was third choice, Chigozie Agbim, didn't have any play time. Juwon Oshaniwa came in and played maybe 2 or 3 minutes in the final after I think Elderson Echejele got injured and couldn't continue. Godfrey Obabona, of course, was a regular, played almost every minute of that AFCON. Sunday Mba, became a regular from the knockout stage, and he was scoring the crucial goals during that AFCON. Sadly, Ruben Gabriel and Azubike Gweke were quarantined during that tournament because they had, I think, chickenpox. They were kept away from the team for a long period. I think they only could join the team maybe from the semi-finals or the finals. So they were staying somewhere else. They were quarantined at that time. And then Ejike Ozueyi also, I think, played just a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes of the entire competition. It was only Sunday Mba and Godfrey Obabona that really had playing time. But, the instructing thing about it is that Stephen Keshi had a long time to work with these players, and they played friendlies in every part of the world. They played friendly, and he used these home-based players during the qualifiers. So they had bonded together, they had become established, they had shaken off all stage frights, and they could compete favorably with the foreign base. They had played friendlies together, they played against Peru, they had traveled to every part of the world playing friendly games. Kudos to the NFF at that time, led by Aminu Megeri. They ensured that team played a lot of friendly games. And the style of Stephen Keshi was bring these home-based players, they train together in Abuja. The template was they would train together in Abuja. It will release them on a Thursday. They will go and play on Monday, Tuesday. Stay playing till Thursday, Friday, go back to their club. So that was the template that they used. At that time, the NFF could afford it, but it became unsustainable because the NFF didn't have money for such extended campaign. There were stories of hotels being hold, players, and all of the complaints. So it wasn't really sustainable. But at the end of the day, Stephen Keshi kept faith with these players, and when the Nations Cup came, the 7 of them were still in the squad, of course, with the established foreign-based players who were also, handy for Stephen Keshi, and it was the blend that eventually got us that AFCON in 2013.
Excellent, Bitoye. I understand what you meant when you said that Vincent Yama was the captain. Of course, he was the one that was playing, so he was the captain. Now, you talked about sustainability. Why did we jettison this idea of having home-based players in the Super Eagles of Nigeria beyond funds?
Well, it's a complicated matter, Gordy. It's a complicated matter. The fact that even at that time for Stephen Keshi, after, a lot of the home-based players made the team to the AFCON that we won, made the team to the CAF Confederations Cup in Brazil, if you remember, the likes of Kunle Odunlami, Gambo Mohamed, a lot of the home-based players made it. But the irony of all of this is that our league is not able to keep our best home-based players in camp. So after the extended period of camping with Stephen Keshi, sometimes the week after, some of these players are not available. They've traveled out. So what do? You look for new ones. And so you can't build a team that way, So it was even difficult for Stephen Keshi himself to continue with that project because the player is available for him this week. The next week, the player is gone. Even Godfrey Obabona had to leave. Sunday Mba had to leave. Ejike Ozueyi had to leave. Juwon Oshaniwa had to leave. So all those 7 players that were part of the AFCON that we won, maybe only Chigozie Agbim was left. Oshaniwa left, Ruben Gabriel left, Egweke left, Obabona left, Mba left, Ejike Ozueyi left for South Africa. So what do? Do you call fresh sets of players? Can they be of the same quality? No. So it was difficult for him to even continue it. And eventually, at the end of the day, when all of them left, and it became an opportunity for scouts to just bring their players, once they hear that a player has been called up to the Nigerian camp once or twice or played 1 or 2 games, is off. So that's the challenge, really. It's not as if we don't have quality. We have quality in the league. And Check it out, Cody. You have been in the league for a long time. When you have an outstanding player one season, the next season is gone. When you were chairman of MFM, you had Stephen Ode, you had Sikiru Olatobosun, you had all of these players. The next season, they were gone, So that's the challenge for it. Until we are able to keep our best players in the league, that argument will always be there. But the reality is that, look, if you have a brother who is a footballer and is earning ₦1 million in Nigeria, and it comes regularly, and after a year or two, it begins to earn 5 million every month, and it comes regularly, you can tell him not to move because that's some good money. But then just a few meters away, a few kilometers away in Tanzania, he has a chance of earning 15 million. What do? You tell him to move. So those are the challenges that we have with keeping our players here, and those problems will persist because our best players don't stay here. That's just the reality here.
Tony, let me take you back to your time as the aide of the then sports minister, Chief Sunday Dare. He was quoted as saying that a minimum of 3 players from the domestic scene at all times must be part of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Let me start by asking you if this was true.
There were so many reactions that we got after we failed to do well at the AFCON in 2021 and failed to qualify for the World Cup in that year for the 2022 World Cup. After the 1-1 draw knocked us out on the away goals against Ghana, there were many reactions. But national team job is not one that follows this kind of rules. When you have a coach, you give him the free hand to do whatever he needs to do to get you to win games, So there is nothing like allocation of slots to maybe home-based players, things like that. You call a coach. If all your best players are from the domestic league, fine. If they are from abroad, fine. If they are diaspora talents, fine. The most important thing is, let the man that will give the job of coaching the Eagles get a free hand to do whatever he needs to do. So even if there were statements like that, can it work? Is it practicable? Even when we had Nigerian coaches as the managers of the Super Eagles, what did they do apart from the Keshi that you talked about? What did they do with the home-based players? And then how consistent were they? It's the same issue. An home-based player comes in, the next moment is gone. So is it practicable? Can it be done? That's where the issue is. And for me, all these kind of pronouncements are not the real issues we should face. The real issues we should face is the development of our domestic football, running proper clubs, having proper youth systems, being able to pay our best talents very well, creating an ecosystem that is vibrant around Nigerian football, making stars out of the players playing on the domestic scene. In those days, people go to watch games because they want to see the stars. They want to see the Keshi, they want to see the Nwosu, they want to see the Nwanu, they want to see the Elao, who were playing on the domestic scene at that time. But things are different now. So that's what we should be targeting. There's no coach that comes here and sees the quality of talents that we have abroad, and then you will be forcing him to use players who are not up to that quality, and you expect him to get the results. So that's where there's a discrepancy, and that are the issues that I think we need to address.
Toyin Ibitoye returns with yours truly tomorrow. Remember when we started, we said we're going to be talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the home base, Airshell, the domestic league, and so much more. Tomorrow, we'll be back. It's Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Einakenan. Let's keep cruising. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make effort to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support the country healthcare system. Kotliman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. When don't become Obarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm. the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
I hope you've been having a good time listening to my very amazing, lovely high life songs. I don't know, lovely and amazing. Should I use that word for high life, or I should use ancient and evergreen high life songs? Anyway, welcome to the show. My name is. I have another round of talk on this that, and we'll have conversations side by side. You talk to me, I talk to you. More like, I don't want to say scratch my back and scratch your back, but yeah, we'll just do it together and have a great time up until the hour of 10 p.m. We're talking about tonight. It's a basic, something that you and I we use on a daily basis. I mean, it's a part of us. Our expenses, our spending. But the issue is, I don't think a lot of persons use ATM. I mean the machines now. I don't mean the cards, automated teller machines, as much as they used to before now. I mean, years before now, a lot of persons will go stand on the queue in front of an ATM to withdraw, to transfer, to do whatever transaction. Some persons even recharge their phones with ATM. They go stand on the queue. But this is like, I think in the finance sector, financially, POS came at a time where, or POS came and then it kind of put ATM as second, if not third or fourth, because I cannot remember, speaking for myself now, I cannot remember the last time I stood in front of an ATM to withdraw with my card or do a transfer or do a transaction whatsoever. POS right now has made it like every corner, everywhere you turn to, you see a POS spots, an umbrella, a terminal. Even when you go out to buy things, to buy clothes, to buy food, people have POS everywhere. Market owners, traders, business owners. You say, how do you want to pay? They'll tell you, I have POS, or do you want to do a transfer? You go and buy food and they'll ask you, how do you want to pay? A lot of persons don't even do cash these days, unless you want to just maybe light cash to move around. But a lot of persons would rather just, do a transfer with their phones or use an ATM, a POS rather. to withdraw, to transfer, to recharge, to do data even. So now there's been new policies released by the Apex Bank, the CBN, Central Bank of Nigeria, talking about ATM like the machines. I don't want to say ATM machines because that's like repeating the same thing. But yes, just for emphasis, the machines and the card. There's been some policies, new policies now. So I'm going to read them out for all of us for our hearing, and then so we'll know what's up with the machines now, because a lot of people are too used to POS that they can't even remember the last time they stood on the queue, just like I said earlier. But we need to know what's up, with the machines and the card, the new policies that are on, so we'll be in the know. I will not be like, ignorant of the things going on. And also, I would also want to know, you listening to me, the last time you stood in front of an ATM to withdraw, to transfer, to send money, to do data, to recharge your phone. When was the last time you stood on a queue, or you went to the bank and say, let me just use the ATM here, and you just put in your card to do whatever financial transactions you want to do? I'd want to know, because sometime this month, we're still in January, sometime this month, I think 3 weeks ago, I went to a bank, one of the banks I use, to request for an ATM card. And after requesting for the card, they told me I had to, activate it, something like that, with the machine there. I stood before the machine, and it was so strange and weird to me, because some banks do automatic, cards. You just stand there, they do some pin, and they give you the card automatically. You don't have to go to the machine to do anything. So I stood there and I was looking like, it's been years, it's been ages since I operated the machine. So I had to read the instructions carefully to be sure that I was inputting the right things and the right pin and digits and everything, to be sure. And I was just laughing at myself like, at this point, it almost feels like I don't even know how to use the machine anymore, because it's been a very long time. But let's go through the new policies regards the machine and the card, so we know what's up. And when you call in, you let me know if you've ever used an ATM, the machine, in a long time. When was the last time you did? Do you think you can still operate that machine seamlessly without stress or without assistance? Please stay with me. Now the thing is, CBN sets new ATM deployment policy, right? Now we need to know what these deployment policies are, and they say that the aim is to reduce or to resolve the time of failed transactions, because sometimes you go to the machine, then that a lot of persons used to use the machines. You could do a transaction there and it fails. Sometimes that thing swallows your card, and that's the end of that card. You may not get it back. It may not come out from that slot again. So they have released these policies and deployment of these policies because they want to reduce the resolution time of failed transactions. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has established new minimum standards for ATM deployment, operations, maintenance, and security. The Apex Bank said the new ratio contained in its circular titled Exposure of the Draft Guidelines on the Operations of Automated Teller Machines in Nigeria, released over the weekend, supersedes previous ATM regulations. So there were previous regulations guiding the ATM machines, the use, the maintenance, and all of that. But now there are new policies. So let's know what these new policies are. Like I said, so we'll be in the know. According to the new regulation now, all card issuers must deploy at least one ATM per 5,000 naira payment card issues. Cards issued. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to do with the person, using the card. Now, let's go forward. The Apex Bank directed must be fully achieved within 3 years, 100% by 2028. So it's supposed to, run and run until it becomes, fully implemented and achieved from 2026 to 2028, this period. But they are going to start with 30% first in this year, 2026, hoping to achieve the 100% through till 2028. It added that ATMs must be located in a way that guarantees safety and security of users and confidentiality of transactions. They should not be placed outside buildings unless bottled to the floor. First, the new policy that the CBN has released concerning the machines is that ATMs, the machines itself now, should not be located outside bank buildings. There's some bank buildings that the ATMs are outside before you enter the gate and go in. Some of them are on the fence by the wall where you just do your transaction before you go into the bank. Now they have released that the new policies is concerning the machines, they should no longer be built outside the buildings. They should no longer be placed outside unless they are bottled to the floor. Those ones that are like glass, that are like caravans that you can move, that looks like they are movable. Henceforth, they should no longer have ATMs that are built that way. They should now have it inside the building where it is secured, where there is a user confidentiality, there is safety using the machines, and there is security. Unless those machines are built down to the floor, bolted to the floor, not just, carryable. That's one. CBN further directed ATM deployment, redeployment, and decommissioning require prior written approval for the CBN. Okay, that's the first one we should note. The second one now is concerning failed transactions. Concerning failed transactions and refunds, sometimes you withdraw or you transfer money with these machines with your card, and it does not go through. It's a failed transaction. You may not receive the refund that day. Sometimes you may not even receive the refund. I've had experiences like that. The refund might not come. Now, the second policy concerning these machines and the card is ATM that concerns the bank. Let's say you're using UBA or GT Bank or First Bank, and you want to do a transaction, maybe a withdrawal or deposit, or a transfer rather. You take the ATM card of that bank. If you are doing that transaction with the machine in the bank, let's say it's a UBA card and it's a UBA bank, and then the transaction fails, CBN have announced that, or they've told these banks that such transactions, if it's for on us ATM, that is our own bank, if it's the bank that you're using the card in the same bank, the reversal of that failed transaction must be instant. Like, you do it in the bank and it's their card, you use their machine and it fails, you should get a refund instantly. That is, using a bank's own ATM, you should get instant reversal for failed transactions. That's one. That's two. Now, three, if the instant reversal fails due to technical issues, let's say the reversal doesn't come instantly as it's supposed to, following this new guideline, if it's because of technical issues that it doesn't get refunded instantly, the timeline for the manual reversal, say maybe they want to do a manual reversal, not the automatic one, it should not exceed 24 hours. So we should no longer hear you did a transfer, you try to withdraw ATM, and then use the card of the same bank, and you don't get refunded even after it failed in 24 hours. Highest though, 24 hours. Now, for ATM transactions that are another bank, not on us ATM transactions, using another bank's ATM. So you use another bank to withdraw money in another bank. You use this card of another bank to withdraw in this bank. That's not their bank's ATM card. The refund should not exceed 48 hours. That's three. Now, other regulations also include the provision of new directive, automatic refunds. Yeah, I said that. Security is also important. All ATMs must have cameras. Some of these ATM, their cameras might not even be working. There are some of them that they look so old, and you're wondering, do these ATMs even work anymore? Are they really, is this dispensing cash? Or you see, oh, it's unable to dispense. It's been there for a very long time, years even. Now, the new directive or regulation says that all ATMs must have cameras that record all persons and activities, card insertion, cash withdrawal, and all of that. So when you put your card in, the camera that should capture you. That is also going to help for fraud and fraudulent activities. You know, people that are trying to defraud people with their money and say, take your card, or they will carry your card and go and withdraw without your notice. Maybe they know your PIN or something, and they just go withdraw without your permission and notice. That's going to help. I mean, when you go to the bank to complain, they will have a capture of the person who inserted your card and withdrew money, from cash. But should not record customers' keystrokes. Networks used must be tested and proven for data confidentiality. Another one is anti-skimming. ATMs shall be installed with anti-skimming devices to mitigate fraud. I said that earlier. That's also part of security. Now, concerning the pins, your ATM pin and keys, ATM keys must be changed regularly every year. And the same keys are not to be used for multiple ATMs. That's an advice to you. Some persons have different now, if the machines, they should change the keys regularly every year. And the same keys should not be used for multiple ATMs. Customers can change their PIN free of charge. Changing your PIN is not something that you'll be charged to. Say you pay so amount because you want to change your ATM PIN. And it's advisable that you don't use the same PIN for all of your cards. You can, but it's advisable that you don't do that, because imagine you're using the same 4-digit number for this bank, this other bank, that 4 cards that you use. It's very easy for someone to just, to defraud you. Say the person knows the PIN for this card, and you use that same PIN for all other cards that you have. If the person can gain access to one card and another one, they don't have to rack their brain about how many pins you have or which one should I input, because if they try it for the first card, it works, the second card it works, the third card it works. It's very easy for people to just misuse it and extort you. That's also another directive. Now, standards: all ATM deployers, acquirers must comply with payment card industry. That's for the deployers, not for customers. ATM operations and maintenance downtime. The technical downtime for ATM shall not exceed 72 consecutive hours. You go to a machine and you want to do a transaction, transfer or withdraw or something. It's not working. Then the people are using ATMs a lot. You say, that place, the ATM is not working. No. You go again, it's still not working. You go sometimes 3 days, sometimes a week. It's not dispensing. There's a technical issue, or there's maintenance downtime, or one English or the other. According to the new directive now, the technical downtime for any ATM should not exceed 72 consecutive hours. Anything more than that, there'll be a problem. Customers must be informed if this is not practicable. Now, if it's not practicable for the bank should inform their customers. For cash provisioning, cash shall be made available at all ATMs at all times. That's another point. You go to withdraw, you will not see cash to withdraw. The ATM will be reading unable to dispense cash, unable to dispense cash, unable to dispense cash. Haba. Sometimes maybe in the middle of the night, or you are really in dire need of cash, and say, this is the nearest ATM, let me just use my card and get cash. There's no cash in the ATM. Empty. Henceforth, cash shall be made available on all ATMs at all times. Now, they will start it from this year, hoping to perfect it in 2028. The bank that entered into an agreement with the non-bank institution for deployment is solely responsible for cash provisioning. Help desk contacts, charges and fees must be adequately displayed to customers. Receipts: ATMs must issue receipts for all requested transactions except for balance inquiry. Henceforth, you go to withdraw, you go to do a transaction on an ATM, you must get receipts. ATMs must now issue receipts, because a lot of ATMs don't even bring out that slip anymore, that receipt, except for balance inquiry. Now, for monitoring, CBN will conduct periodic audits and on-site check. They will ensure that these directives follow through by all of these banks. They will conduct periodic audits, on-site checks to ensure that all these ATMs and the guidelines are made available, and there's availability of cash and service. Reporting is another aspect. Penalties: appropriate penalties shall be imposed on banks that fail to comply. That's the summary of the new rules concerning the machines and the cards. So now, to the question that I have on the topic, amidst reading all these new directives for banks, how that if you're withdrawing with the same bank, it's the reversal. If it's a failed transaction, reversal should be instant. If it's another bank, it should not exceed 72 hours, 24 hours rather. And all other issues that ATM should no longer be built outside the banks but inside, unless it's rooted, built, bottled to the ground, amongst all other regulations and guidelines. The question I'm asking is, when was the last time the person listening to me right now used the machine to withdraw, to transfer, to do data, to do airtime or whatever? Or you are part of the people that it's now POS that is your go-to. If you want to do anything transaction, you just go to the nearest POS by your side. But that's after the 5-minute song break. Yes, right after that one, I'll start taking calls, messages, and your contribution on the matter. Please stay with me. evening. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome. Hello.
Good evening, Ronan.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Kinam Konekabar.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good policy because this thing has been a problem for a while. But as of me, I cannot remember the last time
So you can't remember the last time you went to a machine to use your card?
It was that time that Intercontinental Bank was merged to Access Bank.
That's like how many years ago?
as far back of that time, I stopped using it. My own is just to enter POS, withdraw my money and go. But one thing I want to tell the government is, the CBN is that they should also extend this policy to POS, because if you go to POS and you do any transaction and it's a failed transaction,
they'll tell you to go to your bank. They'll tell you there's not in their machine. That's the thing. The thing with POS now, if you have a failed transaction, they'll tell you, it's not their fault, so go to your bank and complain. Or sometimes some of them might be good enough to initiate a reversal with their POS terminals. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, let me round up my thought.
Okay.
I expected them to come up with a policy of each time you try to do their code, for the charge, or you want to do some transaction, they charge you before the thing will go. Sometimes the thing will not go, and they will not refund you the money. They are supposed to work on that one now. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, that one is the one that is paying us. Now, those transactions we do that they pay, you want to recharge now.
Or the ATMs or POS, which one are you talking about?
No, I mean with your phone.
Okay. Maybe to get to mobile transactions now.
Before the transaction will go, they have already charged you. Why don't they place a reversal on those transactions?
Let's see now.
They reverse your money back.
No problem. You never can tell. They might just move from the machines to mobile transactions. Okay. Oh yeah, now. Hello, good evening. Yeah, this is she. Welcome.
Good evening. How are you today?
I'm
very well, thank you. Thanks for asking.
Ordinarily, in a country where things are working, are we supposed to have people standing by the roadside selling money? Do you know it is illegal that POS business, that POS is meant for your, your business private transaction? Like somebody comes to buy something, he needs to pay online, he pays via POS. It is not
it's
for
called
us to
point of sale terminal. Exactly, point of sale. When you sell, you buy something, you pay. But that's not always obtainable now. Everywhere there's
that's what we are saying. It is illegal for me to use my money to buy my money. It is illegal. It is not right. So whatever they need to do, I've heard about the things you read out, the policies, new policies.
Yeah.
But are they in the Nigerian, are they sustainable? Have you not been hearing of these stories, these rhetorics? The central bank came the last time and told us what about how they should follow their ATM machines and all those stuff. How they will be going around the routine checks, all the things. It's not today something. Now, last year we heard about these things. How far has it been? This is just rhetoric. It's just a normal rhetoric. But if it will work, it would have been nice. So that we can get these students off the streets. So they are doing POS business. POS business is illegal.
This is not
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your opinion. But this is not to like rubbish POS business now, or the transactions they do. We're just focusing on the directives of CBN to the machines and banks. So let's just focus on that one. All right. Okay. Thank you. Hello. Good evening. Hello. No, we're not talking about POS. So he just mentioned POS. We're talking about ATMs. Yes, the machines.
I can remember when last time.
When was the last time?
2024.
2024. Okay, it's not like. And we're in 2026. So that's like 4 years ago, right? Or.
Are you hearing me?
Oh yes, 2 years ago. I can hear you.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Okay.
What left with the ATM machine was to do this, was to activate my PIN.
Okay, that's a lot of the reasons. That's like the reason why a lot of persons even use the machines when you go to the bank.
After then, I've not visited.
So you've been doing your transactions with these points of sale terminals. You've been doing your transaction with POS and your phones now, right? Okay, no problem. Thank you for sharing.
This policy they are bringing now.
Yeah.
So is it that they are going to, that ATM machine is going to start working again?
Yes. There will be cash available all the time. Nothing like unable to dispense cash. There will be a lot of service and network.
What will now happen to this POS?
It's not like to put POS out of business, but it's just to maintain the standard that ATMs should have. I mean, a lot of persons no longer use ATMs because of the problems. Sometimes no cash, sometimes downtime, no service, this and that. So if they revive it, it may just be side by side with the POS business. You know, it's not just to eradicate it completely. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Rona.
Yeah.
This is Honorable Chris.
Okay.
Since 1980 now.
First off, when was the last time you used the machine?
More than 8 years.
So how have you been doing your transactions? You've been doing mobile transactions?
Through my phone. And let me ask, how do you think that this will work when most of the bank managers, I know them, they have ATM point sales.
POS.
When they close work, they load the money from the bank, they load it from their car and start going to distribute to the gas they are
that is another deal. But let's focus on this one now. And
since 1980 till now, you know how many years, you know how many Christmas are passed, you know how many independent I've seen in this country. You know, I have many information. Though. If I start
no problem. Thank you. See, 10 p.m. has already reached now like this. Before you not enter our new step. But thank you so much for sharing your opinion on that one. I have to go now. I'm sorry I can't take any more calls. Yes, tomorrow we'll come back here again to have another talk. And I will try to take calls early so that I can take as much calls as possible. Thank you all so much for doing this with me. My name is Rona Aguirre. The World News comes up right after this. Have a very, very good evening.
It in my balloon, can you? It in my
Voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Apologies for bringing the news a little behind schedule. A very good evening to you. This is the World News in your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. President Bola Tinubu seeks increase in number of judges across key courts in Nigeria. Federal government honors teachers for outstanding professionalism across country. On the foreign scene, North Korea conducts new missile test towards Japan Sea amid regional tensions. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has forwarded a set of judicial reform bills to the Senate, seeking an increase in the number of judges across key courts in the country. At the resumption of plenary, Senate President Godswill Akpabio read a letter from the President requesting an amendment to the Court of Appeal Act to raise the number of justices from 70 to 110. The President said the proposal is aimed at strengthening the judiciary and addressing the rising volume of cases before the courts. President Tinubu also transmitted a bill to amend the Federal High Court Act, seeking to increase the number of judges from 70 to 90, an expansion from the earlier provision of 50. In the same communication, the President requested the Senate's confirmation of Justice Oyewole Kayode as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The Senate also received a separate bill proposing the establishment of an alternative dispute resolution center at the Court of Appeal to encourage settlement of suitable cases outside the traditional court process. All the proposed bills have been referred to the Senate Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. The Senate has commended the growing military collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism, while mourning Nigerians who have lost their lives to insecurity across the country. Senate President Godswill Akpabio made the remarks during plenary in Abuja, marking the first legislative sitting of 2026 after the Christmas and New Year recess. Akpabio said lawmakers returned with a renewed sense of duty, noting that national challenges, particularly insecurity, persisted during the recess and required sustained legislative attention. He praised the continued cooperation between the Nigerian and the United States militaries, describing the partnership as a critical pillar in strengthening the country's counter-terrorism operations. The Senate President also expressed sympathy to families affected by violent attacks, stressing that the cause of insecurity must remain central to government policies and legislative actions. His comments came barely 24 hours after the United States military announced an expansion of support to Nigeria, including increased intelligence sharing and equipment delivery, as part of broader efforts to combat Islamic State-linked groups across Africa. The federal government has recognized 12 outstanding teachers across the country with national awards, reaffirming its commitment to improving teacher welfare, professional development, and the overall education system. The awards were presented at the Nigerian Teachers Summit 2026 in Abuja, with the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, noting that the selection process was merit-based, spanning all 36 states and the FCT. Each awardee received 25 million naira, while the overall best teacher, Solanke Taiwo, received an additional 25 million naira, a new car, and a furnished two-bedroom flat. Governors of Borno, Ogun, and Kebbi State also pledged extra rewards to the winners. Alausa described the awardees as exemplars of professionalism, innovation, and dedication, emphasizing that teaching is central to national development. He said the awards align with the government's broader renewed hope agenda for education reform, which includes initiatives to empower teachers, enhance classroom outcomes, and restore dignity to the profession. The minister also announced Edu Revamp, a continuous professional development program for teachers, alongside complementary initiatives such as the Ignite digital platform, Diaspora Bridge program for STEM education, and the distribution of 60,000 tablets to teachers for training purposes. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has struck out a motion filed by the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking his transfer from the Sokoto Correctional Facility. Justice Demo Motosho delivered the ruling after Kanu's legal representative, Demdu Hassan, of the Legal Aid Council, applied to withdraw from the matter, citing irreconcilable differences with the applicant. According to the council, Kanu attempted to dictate court proceedings and insisted on determining what should be said in court, a situation he described as incompatible with his professional responsibility as an officer of the court. Justice Omotosho granted the request of the Legal Aid Council to withdraw from the case and subsequently ruled that the ex parte motion was incompetent due to lack of proof of service on relevant parties. The court therefore struck out the application, bringing the proceedings on the requested prison transfer to an end. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has directed striking staff of the FCT administration to resume work immediately or face legal consequences. Wike's warning followed a National Industrial Court ruling ordering an end to the strike, which has disrupted public services in Abuja for over a week. Wike, while addressing newsmen after the court decision, stressed that the rule of law must prevail, accusing some political actors of hijacking the industrial action for purposes unrelated to workers' welfare. He described several worker demands as frivolous, unreasonable, or already addressed, and said the FCTA approached the court after determining what the strike had been politically manipulated. The minister highlighted the government's efforts to support workers, noting that over 12 billion naira had been approved for January salary payments. Wike dismissed claims that he had been forced out of his office during protests, saying he had merely stepped out to see President Bola Tinubu off at the airport. He warned that anyone attempting further disruption would face sanctions, emphasizing that law and order must be maintained. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The River State Executive Council has approved the recruitment of 5,000 indigents into the state government civil service to improve administrative efficiency and public service delivery. The approval was granted during the Executive Council meeting presided by Governor Siminalayi Fubara and attended by the Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Maudu, at the Government House in Port Harcourt. Addressing newsmen after the meeting, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information and Communications, Ono Sirawu, who said the recruitment was strategically focused on the education sector, disclosed that 3,000 of the recruits will be deployed to basic and primary schools across the state, while 2,000 will be assigned to post-primary schools. According to him, the exercise is designed to strengthen service delivery, particularly within the education sector, stating that the new approval brings the total number of employments under the Fubara administration to about 9,500. He recalled previous recruitment exercises, including 2,000 personnel for medical services, 1,500 staff for Ignatius Surgery University, and 1,000 for universal basic education. He emphasized that the recruitment process will be merit-based, stating that the administration remains committed to quiet and effective service delivery rather than unnecessary publicity. Also speaking to newsmen, the Commissioner for Employment Generation and Economic Empowerment, Chisom Kenneth Gbali, welcomed the approval, describing the decision as a major boost, noting that his ministry stands as the greatest beneficiary of the policy plan. Some commercial drivers under the aegis of the Self-Employed Drivers Welfare operating along Choba Mile 3 and Choba Eleme Oil Mill Junction have withdrawn their services in protest over alleged harassment and extortion by the management of a private motor park in Choba, Obiakpo local government area, Rivers State. Today FM's Uchendu Ijowa reports that the protesting drivers blocked the Choba axis of the east-west road, forcing passengers to trek long distances as other commercial drivers struggled to operate. The National Publicity Secretary of the Union, Abel Williams, alongside National Secretary Jeremiah Dixon, accused the park management, led by Wanele Ihua, of intimidating drivers despite the union paying daily park tickets approved by state and local authorities, and called on government and security agencies to intervene on the matter.
More than 30 boys terrorizing drivers, extorting them, beating them, wounding them, dragging salaries with them on a daily basis for his tickets, maintenance ticket called Uniport Ultimate Motor Park tickets. He said Uniport gave him the authority to hold Choba Junction ransom that drivers must buy tickets, even very far from his park. Maintenance ticket is supposed to be bought only inside his park. He would drivers on government road.
The problem that we have here is that one man that declared himself emperor in Obiakpo by name Walele Ihua extorts our men every blessed day. He beats people, everybody must enter his park by force. When he's a private park, he's not a union man. He does not know anything about transport. Peace march don't force people. He constituted nuisance. Cult boys say they are task force. Every day they keep on stabbing drivers, and his ticket of 300 naira does not leave his own gate.
More than 30 boys terrorizing drivers.
Some drivers told newsmen they face daily harassment and extortion from Ihua, who allegedly uses thugs to intimidate them.
Because of the too much taxation from just an organized group that they just group themselves, claiming that they are sent by the community. That is when I say community, I mean Choba community. These people are not even acknowledged by the Choba community. Extorting money from drivers. With our little knowledge, we know that drivers were meant to pay only for the state ticket. We used to call it here week.
They are seizing our vehicle, fighting our people, beating them up. Even as we come out for peaceful protest, they are here now fighting even our chairman and the vice with plier and all the rest. So we just come out here to make sure that government hear our voice. We want government to intervene and stop Wanele with all this illegal ticket and other things he's doing.
In his response, Ihua denied the allegations, stating the union had previously agreed to pay a 300 naira daily park maintenance ticket, but later abandoned the arrangement and accused the protesters of disrupting traffic.
There is no way we see the drivers and harass drivers when they're on their way. If you watch at the park, you can see vehicles are operating, walking. If you go on the road, drivers are walking. This is a few group of drivers who decide that they will not obtain the ticket. The question is why? And if you want to form a union, you must have a park where you will load, where you will offload. You can't just be on the road issuing people tickets. You don't have park. And the park was existing before your arrival. You now decide that your autonomous body that you will not obtain ticket. Why? The same people have taken us to court. We go to court. Let's see come say they will settle out of court. They run from court from driver welfare club to self-employed. We have an agreement with them that they say that driver will buy that.
Today FM correspondent reports that no government officials addressed the protesters, who vowed to continue until their grievances are addressed. A Port Harcourt magistrate court has sentenced 28-year-old Chigozie Odu to 1 year imprisonment for unlawfully assaulting two siblings, Chinaza Victor and Samuel Victor, causing them grievous bodily harm. The court found that Odu attacked Chinaza with a machete, injury her left hand and back, and also cut Samuel on the head during an incident on January 4, 2022 at Jesus Avenue, Iguruta, Ali. Chief Magistrate Elijah Brown ruled the prosecution proved its case beyond reasonable doubt and dismissed Odu's plea of self-defense, noting he failed to show grave provocation, loss of self-control, or proportionate retaliation. The magistrate also highlighted that Odu showed no remorse while the victims appeared in court with bandaged wounds. Odu was sentenced under Section 335 of the Criminal Code, with the sentences running concurrently. The prosecuting counsel, Christian Ijugum, who previously filed the fundamental rights suit in 2022 that awarded the victims 1 million naira in damages, praised the court for delivering justice and safeguarding public safety.
The section we used was section 335. Looking at the nature of this case and how the injury was so pathetic, I have to obtain the fiat of the Attorney General of Rivers State sometime 29th day of December 2022 to prosecute the matter on pro bono. And doing this matter, and the court agreed with us today that of a truth that the prosecutor or the prosecution has proved the two counts and convicted Chigozie Odu in 1 year on each of the 10 to run concurrently. Chigozie Odu being a convict. Before then, in 2022, we filed a fundamental right before my Lord Justice Ben White, who agreed with us that the fundamental right of Chinaza Samuel Victor were infringed upon, and the court agreed with us, and the sum of 1 million naira was awarded. He has not paid that money today. Today, Your Worship, ID Brand convicted the said Chigozie Odu, and as we speak, and sentenced him in 1 year in each of the counts to run concurrently.
The paramount ruler of Olukwo, Kingdom of Ekpeye ethnic nationality, His Royal Highness Prince Ike Ehie, has congratulated the Executive Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, on his birthday anniversary. Eze Prince Ike here in a statement on behalf of the people of Oluko Kingdom of Ekpeye ethnic nation, felicitated with the governor who he described as amiable, resourceful, humane and resilient, with the title Eze Uyawe Ugo, one of Ekpeye land. The statement said the people celebrate the doggedness of Governor Fubara in upholding the dividends of democracy to the people through purposeful leadership that puts the interests of the state above personal interests. The statement assured the people and the governor of continuous support and of the people for his administration to succeed. The Oluko monarch, on behalf of the people, also prayed God to continue to bless, strengthen and perfect all that concerns Governor Siminalayi Fubara and wished him a happy birthday. A hotel property located at Eleme Trailer Park beside the Slaughter Market along the Eleme Slaughter Market Road is currently available for sale. The property sits on 4 1/4 plots of land and features a combination of a story building and a bungalow, providing a total of 13 well-spaced rooms suitable for hospitality or commercial use. Also within the premises is a 2-story security building offering added safety and operational convenience for investors and prospective buyers. The entire property is fully fenced with an asking price of 110 million naira. In addition, 2 separate buildings facing each other are also available for sale. The property stands on 1 plot of land and contains a total of 15 rooms. It is located close to the trailer park along the One Road in Eleme local government area of Rivers State with an asking price of 18 million naira. All the properties come with valid title documents, including a deed of conveyance. Interested buyers are advised to contact Eze Chizoba on 0907 170 6326 WhatsApp or 0802 241 9514 for inquiries and inspection. On the foreign scene, North Korea has fired at least 2 ballistic missiles towards the Sea of Japan, escalating tensions on the Korean peninsula. Authorities in both Japan and South Korea confirmed the launch a day after a senior United States defense official visited Seoul and described South Korea as Washington's model ally. Japan's Coast Guard, citing the country's defense ministry, said the missiles were detected heading towards the Sea of Japan, with reports of indicating that they landed outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. South Korea's Joint Chief of Staff also confirmed detecting several ballistic missiles fired by the North towards what it referred to as the East Sea. The latest launch marks Pyongyang's second missile test this month and comes amid growing concerns over its expanding weapons program. Tensions in the region remain high, with the United States maintaining more than 28,000 troops in South Korea as a deterrent against the nuclear-armed North. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has sought an increase in the number of judges across key courts in Nigeria. We told you that the federal government has honored 12 teachers for outstanding professionalism across the country. On the foreign scene, you also heard that North Korea has conducted a missile test towards the Japan Sea amid regional tensions. That was the news as edited by Stella Sesongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1 FM. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
people. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Abara. First, the headlines. Israel approves limited reopening of Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza. French lawmakers pass bill to ban social media for under 15s. Syria army and Kurdish-led of accuse SDF each other of ceasefire violations amid U.S. detainee transfers. ICC rules former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte fit to stand trial for crimes against humanity. Details shortly. Israel says it has agreed to a limited reopening of the Rafah border crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt as part of Donald Trump's peace plan. According to a statement for the Israeli Prime Minister office, the crossing will be open for pedestrian passage only and subject to a full Israeli inspection mechanism. The Rafah crossing is a key entry point for humanitarian aid in Gaza. It has been mostly closed since May 2024. Both humanitarian organizations and the United Nations have long asked for its reopening, but Israel authorities have resisted the move even since the ceasefire in Gaza came into effect on October 10. They said the crossing's reopening was conditioned upon the return of all living and disease hostages. United Nations spokesperson Stefan Dujarric has announced the launch of $852 million humanitarian needs and response plan for Somalia, which he said is 40% less than last year and aims to support 2.4 million people. Dujarric in a media briefing stressed that the reduction in the funding is due to constrained resources, not reduced humanitarian needs. He said there will be significant gaps in essential services, as less than half of those in need of humanitarian aid will be able to receive help under the 2026 plan. Dujarric said without urgent and scaled-up assistance, the combined prolonged drought, livelihood collapse, displacement, disease outbreaks and reduced humanitarian aid will worsen food insecurity, water shortages and health risk will increase, and noted that last year the response plan was only funded at 27%, with $397 million out of the $1.4 billion requested, forcing humanitarian organizations to sharply reduce and in some cases suspend life-saving assistance for human beings. The plan comes 1 month after Israel announced that it recognized Somaliland, a territory within Somalia, as an independent and sovereign nation. Sudan's military says it has broken a nearly 2-year siege by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces (RSF) on a key town in the Kordofan region, gaining control over major supply lines. In a statement, the military said it had opened a road leading to South Kordofan Prince's Jilin town. Jilin lies halfway between Kartguli, the besieged state capital, and the El Obeid, the capital of neighboring North Kordofan province, which the RSF has sought to encircle. Meanwhile, the head of the government-aligned Sudanese Armed Forces, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, has met Qatar's Emir, Tamim bin Hamad, as part of the army's efforts to find support from allied countries to help rebuild the Sudanese territories retaken from the RSF. Libya government has signed a 25-year oil deal with France's Total Energies and US-based ConocoPhillips, involving more than $20 billion of foreign investment. Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Deiba said during the Libya Energy and Economy Summit in Tripoli over the weekend. The agreement was signed through a Waha Oil Company, a subsidiary of Libya's state-run National Oil Corporation. According to the Prime Minister, the new agreement will boost oil production capacity by up to 850,000 barrels per day and also expected to generate over $376 billion of net revenues. Deiba, on his social media X, said the agreement reflects the strengthening of Libya's relations with its largest and most influential international partners in the global energy sector. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. French lawmakers have passed a bill seeking to ban children under the age of 15 from using social media platforms in a move aimed at protecting young people from excessive screen time and online harm. The lower house of Parliament, the National Assembly, adopted the legislation after an overnight session, with 130 lawmakers voting in favor and 21 against. The bill will now proceed to the Senate for consideration before it can become law. President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the vote, describing it as a major step towards safeguarding children and teenagers from the negative effects of digital platforms. If approved by the Senate, France would become the second country after Australia to introduce such restrictions, following Canberra's decision to ban social media use for under 16s. The proposed law would also extend to banning mobile phones in high schools. Under the legislation, access to social networking platforms will be prohibited for minors under 15, excluding educational and reference-based online services. Authorities plan to enforce the measures from the start of 2026 school year, with social media companies required to deactivate non-compliant accounts by the end of the year. Despite a 15-day extension of the ceasefire between the Syrian army and the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, both sides have accused each other of violations. The Syrian army claimed the SDF launched about 25 explosive drones targeting army positions and civilian areas around Ain al-Arab in Aleppo countryside, destroying 4 army vehicles and injuring several civilians. Meanwhile, the SDF accused Syrian government forces of artillery shelling in Kurdish majority areas southeast of Ain al-Arab, causing clashes and civilian harm. The ceasefire extension aims to facilitate the U.S.-led transfer of ISIL-linked detainees from SDF-run prisons in northeastern Syria to Iraqi facilities. The offensive by Syrian troops comes amid third efforts to integrate Kurdish-controlled territories into the central government following a deal in March. The situation remains tense, with both sides continuing to deploy reinforcements and heavy equipment while civilians in the region face ongoing risk from military operations and drone attacks. Judges at the International Criminal Court (ICC) have ruled that former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte is medically fit to stand trial for alleged crimes against humanity linked to his controversial war on drugs. The court rejected defense claims that the 80-year-old Duterte was too frail to participate in proceedings, citing assessment by independent medical experts in geriatric neurology and psychiatry. The judges emphasized that the defendants only need a broad understanding of procedures, not fully cognitive capacity, to be considered fit for trial. Duterte faces allegations of involvement in thousands of killings during his tenure as Davao mayor and as the president for the 2016 to 2022. Estimates of the death toll vary, with police reporting over 6,000 deaths, while human rights groups suggest up to 30,000. A confirmation of charges hearing is set for February 23, 2026, where judges will decide if the prosecution case is strong enough to proceed to trial. Duterte, detained in The Hague, has maintained that police killings were acts of self-defense, stating he is willing to face imprisonment if it helps eliminate illegal drugs. Californian Governor Gavin Newsom says he is launching a probe into allegations that TikTok censored content critical of U.S. President Donald Trump. Democratic Newsom is one of Trump's most vocal critics and has accused the president's administration of curbing basic freedoms in the United States. TikTok announced last week it had established a new joint venture to operate its U.S. business, which would reduce its Chinese ownership to 19.9% and put majority control in the hands of American businesses, including Trump's allies. Washington has long sought to tighten control on TikTok, citing national security concerns over the platform's Beijing-based parent company, ByteDance. U.S. President Donald Trump has dispatched his top border official, Tom Homan, to Minnesota, as tensions escalate following the second killing of a protester linked to demonstrations against the administration's militarized immigration raids. Trump said Homan would arrive in the state and report directly to him as Minneapolis emerges as the epicenter of a growing national backlash against the administration's immigration crackdown. The city has seen days of protests following deadly encounters involving federal immigration agents. The unrest intensified after immigration officers shot dead Alex Jeffrey Pretty, a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse, over the weekend, days after another protester, Rini Good, was killed during a demonstration on January 7. Both victims were U.S. citizens, sparking fresh rallies in Minneapolis, New York, and other major cities. The development also triggered legal and political challenges. Meanwhile, a federal judge in Minneapolis has had arguments on whether the deployment of heavily armed federal officers violates Minnesota's sovereignty. while Democrats in Congress threaten to block government funding unless immigration enforcement agencies are reformed. India and the European Union have signed what leaders described as the mother of all trade deals, sealing a landmark of nearly 2 billion people after more than 20 years of negotiations. The deal announced in New Delhi is expected to significantly deepen economic ties between the 27-member European bloc and the world's most populous nation. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and European Council President Antonio Costa met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to formalize the pact. Under the agreement, tariffs on almost 97% of European exports to India will be cut or eliminated, saving European businesses up to 4 billion euros annually in duties. Prime Minister Modi said the deal represents about 25% of global GDP and nearly one-third of global trade, creating vast opportunities for both sides. Von der Leyen described the agreement as historic, noting that it establishes the largest free trade zone India has ever entered into. The pact would also see India gradually lower high tariffs on key European goods, including cars, wines, and processed foods, while European firms gain improved access to India's financial services and maritime transport sectors. That story from India concludes tonight's edition of The World Today. It's produced by Odinakachi Celestine of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. We told you that Israel has approved limited reopening of Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza. You heard that French lawmakers has passed bill to ban social media use for under 15s. We also told you that Syrian army and Kurdish-led SDF accused each other of ceasefire violations amid U.S. detainee transfers. Finally, ICC has ruled former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte fit to stand trial for crimes against humanity. Till same time tomorrow. Do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Govinda Gill. The European Commission President has celebrated the signing of a trade agreement with India, which will see tariffs gradually eliminated and a free trade zone of 2 billion people. Ursula von der Leyen said the EU was also working with India on innovation and mobility deals.
Our greatest wealth are our people. That is why I'm so glad that we are signing an agreement on mobility. We will facilitate the movement of students, researchers, seasonal and highly skilled workers. And this is also why we are launching the first EU legal gateway office in India. It will be a one-stop hub to support Indian talent moving to Europe.
Arunadhay Mukherjee in Delhi explains why the agreement is so significant.
This is why both sides, there was a sense of urgency as well, even though the talks began in 2007, then they stalled for several years in the middle. They restarted in 2022, but it's only in the last several months that they've really picked up pace because the realities have been known to all. But essentially what this deal does is it increases market access for both sides, free trade of goods between the 27-nation bloc and the world's most populous country. Together, they make up 25% of the global population, the global GDP, and a fifth of global trade. This is all happening in the absence of a trade deal that India failed to manage with the US.
Spain's migration minister has confirmed that the socialist minority government will pass a decree today granting legal access to hundreds of thousands of immigrants. The decree affects those without criminal records who arrived before the start of this year. Official figures show that Spain's unemployment rate has fallen below 10% for the first time in 18 years. The improvement was driven by the creation of just over 600,000 new jobs last year, the highest figure in the EU. though the spurt is showing signs of slowing. An Eritrean man convicted of running a human trafficking ring in which migrants were tortured has been sentenced to 20 years in jail by a court in the Netherlands. Emmanuel Walid was accused of spearheading a group which trafficked migrants to Europe via Libya. Tom Bailey reports.
The court in the Dutch city of Zwolle heard harrowing testimony of how victims were detained in overcrowded camps in Libya before being exploited and tortured. Some were attacked while on the phone to their families, who were then forced to pay money to stop the abuse. Many victims were later put on small boats to make the perilous crossing of the Mediterranean. The case was heard in the Netherlands as many of the victims and their families now reside there. Prosecutors described Walid as one of the most prolific smugglers on the route from conflict-torn regions of Africa to Europe and said he had treated migrants without any humanity.
World News from the BBC. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says 20,000 Palestinians with completed medical referrals are awaiting permission to travel abroad for treatment. More than 1,200 people have died while waiting to leave. It's hoped the reopening of the Rafah crossing will speed up transfers. These people in Gaza are hopeful.
We are waiting for the crossing and for God's mercy. We hope the crossing will open for the injured and sick. Here we are, lying in the street with no medicine, no doctors, nothing.
Despite
the pain in our hearts, we feel great joy at the news of the opening or reopening of the Rafah crossing, so that we may either leave for medical treatment or bring in equipment to rebuild what the occupation destroyed over the past 2 years.
Nationalists in Myanmar have held a rally to protest at its prosecution at the International Court of Justice for genocide against the Rohingya minority. An estimated 500 people gathered outside the Yangon City Hall, including Buddhist monks and supporters of the military. The case accuses Myanmar of committing mass murder, rape and the destruction of Rohingya communities in Rakhine State. Airports across parts of Asia have begun tightening health surveillance and travel screening after an outbreak of Nipah virus was confirmed in the Indian state of West Bengal. Nipah mainly spreads to humans from animals, but can also be passed on through person-to-person contact. Informed sources say work on one of the most futuristic building projects in Saudi Arabia has been suspended as its financing and feasibility are reassessed. The massive cube-shaped skyscraper, the Maqab, was to be the centrepiece of a multi-billion-dollar development in the capital, Riyadh. The delay's not been confirmed. BBC News.
Hello there. I'm Nkechi Obona in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. What informed the choice of Morocco and Egypt to join President Trump's Board of Peace aimed at quelling global conflict?
Egypt is a key player in this crisis and have been central to the attempts to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. Morocco also, in a way, is connected to this crisis since it could potentially play a diplomatic role in the Middle East. From what we know so far, no other African countries have been invited to join, no sub-Saharan African countries.
And 7 years after a corruption scandal involving an Icelandic company and some government officials rocked Namibia's fishing industry, the case is finally heading to trial. But how did it impact the fisheries workers in the country?
This impacted their abilities to pay rent, to pay their accounts, because a lot of them were paying rent at Walvis Bay, where they were based in the fisheries sector, which is the hub of the fisheries sector. So they were paying rent because they are migrant labor, because they come from other parts of the country, streaming to the coast to find jobs in the fishing sector. So people became homeless.
It's Tuesday, January 27th. You might have heard that US President Donald Trump has created an organization that he calls the Board of Peace. The president first proposed the idea in September last year, but unveiled it a few days ago at the just concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential has not used it.
So far, the board has 35 member countries from Europe, Asia and the Middle East, with Morocco and Egypt being the only African nations invited. We asked Liesel Low-Vondron, the senior advisor on the African Union at the International Crisis Group, to explain what the Board of Peace is all about.
The Board of Peace was initially created to oversee the ceasefire in Gaza, the US-brokered ceasefire. It was authorized by the UN Security Council for this purpose. It's chaired by President Donald Trump. However, at its official launch at Davos last week, it emerged that the board would have a much wider agenda, apparently to focus on conflicts around the globe.
So why are Egypt and Morocco the only African countries invited to this board? Here's Liesel again.
So both Morocco and Egypt were invited to join the Board of Peace and have accepted, from what we understand. If the board is devoted to Israel-Palestine, this would make sense because, of course, Egypt is a key player in this crisis and have been central to the attempts to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. Morocco also, in a way, is connected to this crisis since it could potentially play a diplomatic role in the Middle East. It has good relations with Israel. It also has good relations with the US. The US supports its claim over the Western Sahara. It's a North African country. It supports the two-state solution for Israel-Palestine. So it would be understandable to include both Egypt and Morocco on a board of peace devoted to a ceasefire in Gaza. But from what we know so far, no other African countries have been invited to join, no sub-Saharan African countries.
Now, to help us further understand how the rest of Africa fits into this new organization, I spoke to Ali Hindi, a political analyst specializing in Horn of Africa affairs. He started by describing how other countries view the Board of Peace, as there are fears that it could undermine the United Nations' role in solving global conflicts.
This is how the people see it, because they believe that by the American holding the veto, that means going back to square one, which is the American Israelis in one bulk all the time, facing the world when it comes to the Palestinian issue. America using veto in the United Nations, now they can also use veto. So America has never seen before previously putting any pressure on Israel to take drastic measures when it comes to reality changing on the ground, like the building of settlements, the moving of the Israeli capital to Jerusalem, all those disputed issues. The Americans have never shown any kind of desire to stop Israel. The executive members are mainly either very much in favor of Israel or sympathizing to the Israel issues, or are more or less a technocrat who have no strong ground towards it, or strong belief towards this and commitment towards the Palestinian issue. Like Tony Blair, for example, is known for having a very, he call it a moderate approach, but we know what he did in Iraq in 2003. And it is going to combine with the moving of more settlements to that, deporting the Palestinian by having a plan to have another cross border with Egypt, not only the Rafah, but Rafah too. Then this is going to be a problem. So the limited mandate of the Palestinians who are going to manage that, this has casted shadows on the real intention of the American and Israelis to really engage, true engagement between the Palestinian and the Israelis. But all this, what they are doing at the moment, does not indicate that they have this kind of desire.
So could you please just summarize for us the involvement of Africa? We've seen Egypt and Morocco be the only two African countries that are involved in this Board of Peace. What exactly has their role been in conflict in Gaza?
Well, the Moroccan and the Egyptian limited their involvement in the Gaza and the Palestinian issue to their Arab realms, not to the African. They have never acted as a representative of Africa, and they have their own reason, because at this point they use this sometimes as a card to bring the other Arab countries on board when it comes to the Egypt cases, when it's facing the Nile Basin countries in the conflict over the Nile water. I've seen during the Nile, the conflict with Ethiopia is always Egypt bring the Arab League on board. So they don't want that to be part of this political process to be in the hand of African countries, because then the African countries will also have a say on the entire process. So in Morocco, because of the Western Saharas, and Morocco from 1984 to 2017 was out of the AU membership because of the recognition of the state of Western Sahara. So, and the Moroccans also, they don't want that start to fall into the African countries. They will then be striped from a point that they can use when facing the other African countries by using the Arab bulk. Because of that reason, I think the African responsibility toward this Palestinian has only been limited to the moral responsibility, and the only time was adopted a political process against Israel was in 1973 when Arab-Israeli Egypt war. Then all African countries had diplomatic tie with Israel on the unanimous vote of the African Union at that time. But after that, even what followed that has casted a lot of suspicions of the intention of Egypt towards the African country by Egypt by always playing on the rhetoric that African countries are doing relationship with Israel, ignoring that they have relationship with Israel. The moral responsibility towards this Egypt at that time would have been dropped because Egypt has signed the Camp David agreement. The African country could not find any political process or any political plan, or even a state plan that is coordinated by the Arab or the Palestinian themselves calling for the state. I think Morocco will play part as a result of its involvement in the Atlantic African countries who has shore on the Atlantic Ocean. Morocco will play part, keeping those countries in constant coordination with the America, because the American now they have a special interest in the western part of Africa, trying to prevent any Chinese military bases in there. In the Horn of Africa, we can see the East Africa and the Red Sea. This conflict might have a lot of implication on Sudan, for example, and also partly also in Libya. The other countries in Africa will not have any direct impact on what is happening there. In Egypt, Sudan, they might see a division, might see new states, new map. All this might be implicated as a result of what's happening in Gaza.
Let's talk about South Africa for a bit, because South Africa has been very vocal about Gaza, and they have gone to the International Court of Justice with a case of genocide against Palestinians by Israel. And they have also asked for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to be arrested for war crimes. But they were not considered to be members of this board. Let's also have a look at, the current relationship between South Africa and the USA. Do you think the diplomatic role between two countries played a role in this exclusion?
Oh yes, of course. South Africa, in addition to its stand on the Palestinian issue, we don't forget the BRICS countries' involvement of South Africa. And the first military cooperation and training was conducted in South Africa. So South Africa has been very hostile in two things. First, in the east coast of Africa, for example, the Americans have seen or observed a lot of hostile intention from the South Africa towards eliminating and taking the American out of that region by supporting, for example, the Macau's groups, who are the ex-Portuguese, although they're part of that, but they have supported that through the southern community of African countries in there. The issues of mineral exploitation in Mozambique, and also all these countries had all these reasons, I think, have played part. But the Palestinian issue, I think, has given the American the other hand, with the Israelis, in order to, the Israelis might have dealt with South Africa in other issues, but this was the red line. I think so the American and the Israelis have found that the South African have gone too far.
Many thanks to Ali Hindi. Lizu Low Vodron also shared her expectation of whether the board will work or not.
It would be difficult to see how the board could function optimally if all the major powers are not part of it, and we know that European countries have refused to join. We still don't know about Russia really, and China and so on. And if there isn't an equitable rotational system that allows all countries around the world to participate in decision making, we know that there are lots of complaints about the UN Security Council. Many African countries and the African Union for a very long time have called for reform of the UNSC. Could be that this move pushes countries now to reform the UNSC, to use General Assembly much more optimally, but still this Board of Peace, as it stands now, is unlikely to lead to real peacemaking, especially on the African continent. It will lead to a more fragmented international system and further undermine the United Nations.
This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. You might remember back in 2019 when WikiLeaks, a non-profit media organization, revealed a huge corruption scandal in Namibia's fisheries sector. Known as fish rot, this is regarded as one of the largest fisheries corruption cases in the world. In this scandal, documents suggested that Iceland's fisheries giant Sam Herji allegedly paid millions of dollars to secure fishing quotas that were supposed to go to Namibian companies. This prompted angry protest at the time from fishermen and fisher workers who had been fired by the Namibian companies that saw their fishing quotas taken over. Now, after constant delays, a trial is expected to start in March in Namibia against 10 prominent Namibian politicians and businessmen, many of whom are in jail awaiting the trial, including the former fisheries and justice ministers. I spoke to the BBC's Alfonso Daniels, who has closely followed this case, and interviewed Johan Stephenson, a former Sam Herji manager in Namibia, who broke this scandal when he leaked thousands of internal company documents to WikiLeaks and hasn't spoken for several years. I started by asking Alfonso to tell us more about this case.
To understand what happened, you really have to go back to 1990 when Namibia became independent and the ruling SWAPO party had this Namibianizing policy whereby it aimed to protect Namibian resources for the Namibian people. One of the first things they did was to create this 200-mile exclusive economic zone at sea, and they set up also a fish quota system for hake and horse mackerel. The accusations were that prominent Namibian politicians and businessmen created a kind of briefcase companies that didn't have really any interest in fisheries, and they got hold of these fisheries quotas and they sold them off to foreign interests. And that's where the Sam Herji, this Icelandic fisheries giant, comes in. In November 2019, WikiLeaks published 30,000 documents accusing this company of bribing Namibian officials and politicians to gain access to these fishing quotas that were reserved for Namibian companies. And they were also accused of funneling the profits to tax havens. On the wake of the scandal, several arrests were made, including the former fisheries minister, Bernard Eso, and the former justice minister, Zacchaeus Shangala, who are still in prison now, awaiting trial.
We understand there was a whistleblower who actually gave those documents to WikiLeaks. What did the whistleblower tell you?
Yes, so the whistleblower, Johannes Stefansson, he was the manager of this Icelandic company, Sam Herji, in Namibia, and he hasn't spoken for many years, and he now wanted to speak out, and he told me what prompted him initially to denounce this case.
I was aware that there will be wrongdoings made by the Icelandic fishing company Sam Herji, and I was part of it. But I justified in my head that, we had made a lot of promises to build up, create jobs, invest in the country. So after maybe 2 years, then I started to realize that was not going to happen. And then I left in July 2016, and then I had also a big concern about, there was a different project with the local Namibian quota right holders, and I was to suspect Sam Herji was going to make wrongdoings against them. And then within 1.5 years from I left the company, then my conscience had reached that limit. I had to do something about what we call fish road today.
And now, Alfonso, what's been the Icelandic company's reaction to this case, as we understand that the trial is set to begin?
The Icelandic company, when the scandal broke in November 2019, they apologized. They admitted that there had been a lot of chaos in the Namibian operations. In January 2020, they withdrew from Namibia, but they accused the whistleblower of being solely responsible for what happened. We asked them as well for a reaction. They again denied the allegations that they had paid any bribes to secure fishing quotas in Namibia, and they blamed for any wrongdoing on the whistleblower that they said had been operating on his own. They also added that they had paid a high price for his actions, and they denied that any profits were moved through tax havens, and they told us that all the investigations into these tax allegations were closed a long time ago. Finally, they also said that they've set up a comprehensive governance system since then and have ceased to operate in high-risk jurisdictions. The company reached a tax settlement with the Icelandic tax authorities in 2023. That was a confidential agreement. Also, it's important to state that the accused, these 10 senior officials in Namibia, most of them have been in jail since then, pending trial, and they deny any wrongdoing. There have been several delays in the trial in Namibia. The expected trial is supposed to happen early this year. Also in Iceland, the Icelandic prosecutor is expected to decide whether he will charge former Samergy executives for this case. In Namibia, it's interesting. In Namibia, actually, the whistleblower would appear as a witness in the trial, and in Iceland, he is one of the potentially accused. The latest as well is that last December, a UK-based debt collection company sued Samergy for $1.1 billion over claims tied to this scandal.
What exactly has become of Johan Stephensen's life? Because as a whistleblower who has been away in hiding, what has life been like for him after exposing the alleged corruption around the fisheries in Namibia?
As you mentioned, he's in a secret location. He has been for a few years, protected by several NGOs. And I did ask him how he felt towards this trial, and this is what he had to say.
I'm in an undisclosed location because then massive surveillance, threats, and I was poisoned in the end of 2016, early 2017. But, I've been improving since then, and it has been a lot of work done for me to be improved. And I'm just preparing myself and both my health and to prepare for the trials. And, you just drive forward, and we are going to take it all the way. And we need to see justice served both in Namibia and Iceland, and we need to see changes for the people. Many people in Namibia have suffered greatly from this corruption, and we need to see justice served, and we need to see damages paid to the Namibian people. I am hopeful because there is a new president who is taking a strong grip on corruption. But there hasn't been much transparency in the fishing industry in Namibia. Hopefully we will see a better times now with the new president.
It's important to note that there is no independent confirmation of the poisoning that he refers to or the threats. But what's important as well to mention is that whoever was responsible for this case, thousands of workers in Namibia have been allegedly affected by this. They were working for Namibian companies that lost their quotas and therefore had to fire these workers. And I spoke to Federico Links from the Institute for Public Policy Research in Namibia, who's in constant touch with these affected communities, and he detailed who were these people affected.
When we talk about the fishermen losing their jobs, we're talking about, first off, losing incomes, losing livelihoods. And this impacted their abilities to pay rent, to pay their accounts, because a lot of them were paying rent at Walvis Bay, where they were based in the fisheries sector, which is the hub of the fisheries sector. So they were paying rent because they are migrant labor, because they come from other parts of the country, streaming to the coast to find jobs in the fishing sector. So people became homeless. In 2020, mid-2020, the Namibian government created the Government Employment Redress Program, which aimed to assist long-term unemployed fishermen. There's currently an audit ongoing of this program by the Office of the Auditor General here in Namibia. Because we now have a new government, a new administration, all sorts of allegations of mismanagement, exploitation, even corruption.
The Icelandic company told us also that they offered to help these workers that have been fired, have been affected by the scandal, which they deny being responsible for, and they have never received a reply from the government. We also tried to contact the government for a reaction, but we never got a response.
Alfonso, how big is the problem of corruption and illegal fishing in Namibia and many parts of the continent, especially the coastal regions?
In 2023, the Confederation of Namibian Fisheries Associations said that foreign trawlers were plundering more than 100,000 tons of fish from Namibia's waters every year, and that represented $81 million. Fishing is a key element of Namibia's economy. It's the third biggest GDP contributor, and it provides at least 17,000 direct jobs. If you look regionally, what's called illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing is believed to represent between a third and half of all fishing activity in the whole of West Africa, and more than 50% of fishery stocks in West Africa are overfished. That's according to the UN. When you travel up from Namibia, and I went to, for example, to Senegal and the Gambia, you talk to fishermen, local fishermen, and they tell you things are getting worse. They need to go further and further into sea to catch the same amount of fish, and fish is simply running out. In Namibia, there's a new president since March last year. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah came to power. She had been the deputy prime minister between 2015 and 2024. And she has promised to stamp out corruption, including in the fisheries sector in the country. And she also named a new fisheries minister, and she said that she would push for economic independence and better social services in Namibia, where a fifth of the population live in poverty. The new Namibian fisheries minister said in November 2025 that they will also audit the ownership of fishing rights and fishing quotas in Namibia, and that will be done by the Office of the Auditor General. So all these things are happening, and now the workers affected by fish rot are now waiting to see what will happen.
Many thanks to the BBC's Alfonso Daniels. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. As always, we are keen to hear your feedback. Our WhatsApp number is +44 78 42 61 77 66, or reach us via social media at BBC Africa. If you'd like to email us, the email address is focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. This episode was put together by Bella Twine and Basma El Ati in Nairobi and Blessing Aderoba in Lagos. Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge, and Maxwell Onyango was the technical producer. Our editors are Samuel Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. I am Nkechi Obonna. Speak again soon.